Anything.
Cases of cash.
Nothing but paper. All your people could have this.
Okay. Welcome everyone. We've got a busy day ahead of us today, so we're gonna go ahead and get going. So it is June 2nd, 2025. That's our 9 o'clock strategic planning meeting. Let the record reflect that we have 4 commissioners present at this point in time. Commissioner Kearns, Commissioner French, Commissioner Jordan, and Commissioner Keeney. I anticipate Commissioner Waldrop at any moment. But we will go ahead because we do have a full day, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with I don't know, Jeff, if you want to kick off.
So the whole day is gonna be kind of budget conversations, but we're starting with the Becca conversation, and I believe Tori is gonna kind of lead that discussion.
So just a quick recap, that the state cut 70% of the Becca bill with the intent of House Bill 2044 passing, which would have taken the courts out of the jurisdiction process. That did not pass, but the cut stayed in there. That was a $5 million cut statewide. Spokane County, we do get the largest portion of those funds. The cut is just over 900,000. And that's between 5 departments, all of which are represented here. So impacting those 5 departments, but more importantly, impacting our kids and families in the most need in Spokane County. So we're here, and I think we have some spreadsheets to pop up with a couple different scenarios. We're here to ask the board to consider funding this work so that we can continue. And we have it in a couple different numbers. One, obviously the first one, our full ask would be, and it would allow us to maintain the work we are currently doing. Just been said before, is we're a leader in the state in this work. It was modeled after Spokane County a lot. So our first ask would be the full ask of an annual of just over $900,000. Again, continue what we're doing. There is also the numbers of 20% reduction of our ask to you, not in the total allotment. I should start with that. With the 30% left, it still runs through the state funding formula. And so for us, for Spokane County, using last year's numbers, because we don't have these new numbers, it's an average of 3 years in filings. It would be around 400,000, 420,000 remaining for the work. So for this year, for this fiscal year starting July 1. So it'd be set, our ask would be at a 20% reduction of the 900,000 needed, it would be a $720,000 ask. And we have met a couple times department heads to try to figure out how can we need to make a cut. No, we have to, we're gonna have to cut some services that we could manage. It's still gonna take some work to see, as somebody mentioned before, I think it was Tim, this is an ecosystem. We all work together and rely on each other. But could possibly manage a 30% reduction, and that number is just barely over $630,000 ask. Any questions so far, or any comments?
So I guess I mean, you're in the numbers, and so you're dealing with it. So I'm trying to figure out. So on the spreadsheet, we're currently funded at 1.3 million.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, because that's on the state fiscal years, that's a July to July. So starting July 1, we'll drop to the 425. So
that's what we have left for the year.
Well, that would be the 425 would be the July this year to July next year. So half of that would be the remaining 6 months of this year. Since their fiscal year is 6 months opposite ours.
Right. No. Okay. So I think that's what's confused.
So as of July 1, you drop from 1.3 million a year even though the years are off, to 425 a year. That represents a 70% cut.
Right, but I'm trying to look at 2025's budget right now.
Oh.
So we're already gonna be at a deficit in 2025. By how much?
Half of the 1325.
About $600,000.
650, yeah, about 662.
So that's kind of the the easier version for us to understand is like, what are we talking about for 2025?
So if you look in the bottom corner down there on the left,
Right, no, I mean, so that's
That circled number is the shortfall of this year's budget.
right, because we know we're short than the 662,000 in 2025, let alone what we're gonna look at.
next for 2026, correct. So if you look at the far bottom left, I know it's a little small. For this remaining year, 6-month request would be 382,000. That would allow us to keep fully funded with state funds and then with county funds for 3 months. And enable us to, we still have kids in services, we still have union contracts, should we have jobs, require 30-day notice that we're already within. We have kids in programming, we have to communicate with schools. So a full 3 months would allow us to do that, and then again, that 30% scale down for the last 3 months of 2025. Be a request of 382,868.
See that there. Okay, and then, so that's the request for the remainder of 2025.
Correct.
And then is that, then were you getting the 630,000 for next year?
For 2026, correct. That will be a reduction in services that we will have to manage. But that's to be expected everywhere.
Yeah.
And I also need to say that the work has not changed. The schools still have to file, we still have at-risk youth, and all that work is still.
Tori, can you explain, I was reading through some of the RCWs about the truancies, and there's actually one of the bullet points under there is that if a school doesn't file, then a parent can file?
On schools, I've never seen a parent, we have not
So
experienced.
I'm not saying parents do, but the RCW allows for that to happen. So it's almost written in a way that would sort of imply that if the school doesn't, the option is there for a parent to file.
Well, I know the RCW reads the school shall file.
Okay.
So they are by law obligated to file. Whether
Okay.
they do or don't. I don't know.
Okay. And you had told us previous times you've come in that there are several counties that have no schools file any.
Of all state, this is a statewide
Yeah.
number,
Yeah.
only 6.4% of kids eligible within the statute are filed on across the state.
Good.
And that's the same as Pecan, not all kids that are eligible for filing. And I don't think we're below 6.
And so the 630,000 for next year is 30%.
Well, it is 30% reduction of what we would be asking of the board to be the full 900,000. We're still, the state funds are still, they're obviously at that 70% reduction, that is what it is. But our full request annually would be 900,000. Trying to figure, okay, how can we manage, we can look at possibly a 30%. Which would be that 600.
Sorry, sure, Jordan and then Commissioner.
What impact, what would how any initial ideas as to how 30% kind of manage that staff, is that something else?
Probably most likely be staff because the vast majority of this is salaries of staff. And then there's service dollars in there. And I will say at this point, which will not be able to continue due to, you know, what we're being told about county funds and is a lot of the services that kids are receiving right now are funded through us at juvenile court using other funds, which that's not gonna be able to happen. So I can speak for myself, yes, I lose the staff. The other department heads are gonna have to speak to us.
Yeah, I would lose one or two, I'd lose the whole team, one or two people, I think the ratio comes out to be. And
If it was 30%. With
30% cut, I might be able to keep a portion of one clerk, but I would lose the process.
Superior Court would lose a staff person for certain. In fact, because of the funding being up in the air, I just had a staff that is going to shift to another department. And so obviously I'm not going to fill that position until we know from the board if there's funding for that. But I think that I would lose one, if not two staff people that currently assist in this process, which then again, as the workload is still there and we would need to talk amongst the five of us where the work that my staff currently do, where that could shift. And that's still unknown.
This should be known too, is these people are all about to get more expensive. So really that deficit is going to be. The judges are set for an increase. I know the compensation studies, staff increases, once some contracts are ratified. Commissioner Mulder?
I was just wondering if the July through September, or I guess now June, the school is ending, do you see like when school is out, do you see less case, obviously less cases being referred? Is that a good opportunity then to kind of evaluate and look at what the plan will be starting in the fall? Which positions?
Definitely. Now, those petitions, although they're not filing as many, it starts really kicking off heavy again and it's in September into October. But all those petitions still stay active. And mind you, we still have year-round at-risk youth and chance petitions. But I will speak for, again, my department only. My staff continue to case manage those kids because that's the time they're at greatest risk of losing them. And then you're gearing those families, because again, it's about removing barriers as far as the case management piece and keeping them connected, engaged, and then getting them ready. So it does slow down, but the work is still happening.
So would what would be the next step coming back before the board in terms of any potential cuts in staff? Because obviously, you know, you have a case manager at a certain dollar amount, and you're not gonna be able to keep paying them at a lower dollar amount. So will you come back and present then in 3 months, or what's the next step after this? In terms of the 30% potential reduction?
Our intent would not be, you know, let me not speak for all of you to come back and ask for more. This is the dollar amount. Definitely not gonna ask for more. We're gonna have to manage it. And then could that mean losing staff? Yes,
So that would be in next year's budget.
correct.
We'll be looking for the board to say, okay, this is what you're gonna end up getting, and then the fives will get together and determine where the cuts were made, and then what services we can provide.
And we have to do that together. And again, it's why the definite ask for the next 6 months, because if I decide I can't do that in a silo, okay, I'm gonna cut these three, or I'm gonna cut this, Tim's not gonna cut his part, or Ashley's gonna keep the full judge, and then I can't deal with the kids that are coming. So we need to do that as.
The sheet that was passed around, I'm sorry.
Just a second, Scott, had questions.
So this will be a pointed question. The state has indicated they're reducing funding by $900,000. They're not prioritizing the the truancy that was specifically from one of the senators. So they're only going to fund a 425. So to me, how do you adjust to reflect that $900,000 reduction that's no longer there? What sort of reductions do you have to make on your side? And then it would be now board, if you had funds, which we all know we don't. If you had funds available, how much would that request be and what would be provided from that? Because right now, as of the end of this month, $900,000 is going away. They have specifically said, we're not prioritizing truancy. That is their funding. So that's the baseline that I think the board's looking at is these are funds that are no longer there to be able to spend the way it was spent previously. So it's now $400,000, 425. What adjustments are being made and then what additional ask is being requested to receive what sort of services for the community? I think we really got to start at that 425, not started at $630,000 additional ask.
Sure, I will say, since House Bill 2044 did not pass, the intent is not memorialized, it doesn't matter. They didn't pass the bill, and the law still talks about processing and case management of CHINs at risk and truancy. So nothing changed in the work without the passing of that bill. Are you asking, Scott, if we only have $425,000, what are we gonna do?
But what work gets done and what work doesn't get done, or what
Well-
work slows down.
Okay, work doesn't slow down, what gets done, I mean, what comes in does not slow down, what we're able to do drastically slows down. And again, I'll just speak for my department, I would be down to one case manager and some service dollars for those kids that they could manage. So that would be a reduction in more staff and serving a fifth of the kids that are coming to us. And I want to say, we've talked about this before, there's a, just from the letter from the judge from the filing, we see anywhere from 70 to 80%. We don't see them, and the schools do a lot of good work. Kids that we do see are the ones that they have done all their work on, which is required by law. They can't come back to the court without taking several steps. So the kids that do come back are the kids that are your highest need and highest risk. So those are the kids we would not be able to serve. So for me, it would be case management and services for the kids and families, and I'll let the other department speak what would that be to them.
That would be a layoff then. I have to lay an employee off at that point. So I just need the time to do it per the union rules. Let them go. And then we have to discuss about the clerk. The clerk is not fully funded. I'd probably ask the board for a bit of funding assistance to keep the clerk.
The sheet that was passed around, you'll see the 6.6 million at the bottom. That's the dollar amount over 5 years if we fully funded everything. If you take a 30% reduction, that'll be a $4.6 million increase to our deficit over 5 years. Just the numbers.
Can you repeat that?
So that 6.6 million at the bottom, that would be if we replaced everything that the state is doing away with. I just took 70% of that number is 4.64 million. So if the board were to choose to essentially replace 70% of what the state gave, that's going to hit the budget at 4.6, just over $4.6 million. On top of the 20 million hole we already have.
I don't know if this is the right venue for the question, but I wondered if there's been any further research around past settlement agreements with the state, et cetera.
We
Whether
looked
they're
at,
being violated or not.
we looked at whether we could have an unfunded mandate case against the state, and absolutely, we could bring one. We don't think it'd be successful. The reason is it's not a new program. The language is pretty.
So is there,
The legislature imposes a new or increased level of service, so this is not a new requirement and it's not an increased level of service. So it would be pretty defensible from the state's position.
so is there there's no settlement agreement that's currently binding? So that would be a different issue, violation of the settlement agreement versus this RCW.
I don't think we've looked at that. But we will.
We also looked at mental health dollars, but because of the no supplantation language. It's. This is a cut and it's not new or expanded. With mental health dollars don't qualify.
I follow up on my question real quick. Has there been any outreach to King County or others that impacted by anyone? Because we're not, even though we're the number one, we're not the only county that would be impacted, trying to figure out what to do.
Matt, last time, were you checking with the Prosecutors Association, see if other counties?
On some other issues, we've reached out on this one, we haven't gotten any kind of responses.
Okay.
Response that Matt gave you with regard to the unfunded mandate, that from a WASAC standpoint, that's the message we've heard from the courts time and time again on unfunded mandates and stuff, and so it's probability of any success is probably slim and none. Slim's out of town.
No, I get that. I just thought there was a previous discussion that there had been a lawsuit years ago, which was resolved via settlement agreement. And so the question is that still in effect or not? Because that's a totally different basis for a lawsuit than a RCW violation. So, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Knowledge on that go forward piece with a new regulation or a new requirement.
We also have some information, we could give Josh here a few minutes to talk about the impacts and the these are early intervention dollars. So the impacts of not providing these services in other costs.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. There's a little presentation that's put together for this. And I just want to start off by saying that I understand the position the county is in from a budgetary perspective, and I respect that. And with all budgetary items, it requires data and forecasting, as you're going to have to choose what you're going to be investing in. Information I'm going to kind of walk you through here are some of those data points, as well as to show why investing in this truancy intervention resources and ecosystem that was provided by Becca is truly an investment for the county. First, a little bit of facts and research. The first of which is truancy in general. So truancy is typically filed when about 7 school days are missed over the course of a month, or 15 over the course of this year. Now, those are unexcused absences. This is important because that puts it from a year perspective at about 8% of the school year. Now, that's important because the Department of Education specifically states that if a child is to miss 10% or more of the school year unexcused, or excused or unexcused, which is chronic absenteeism, they're 7.4 times more likely to drop out. Now, this information is further supported by attendanceworks.org, which states that by the 6th grade, chronic absence is one of the leading indicators of school dropout. Further goes on to state that by the 9th grade, this becomes more of an indicator than the test results of the prior year. So they can be doing great in school, but still be subjected to dropping out. Now, this is important for a variety of reasons. The first of which is investing in resources that keep kids in school, prevent any of these negative statistics from advancing further. Second of which is that any budgetary cuts or restrictions means that statistically and realistically, minors will get missed. And the third of which is there is an overabundance of data that shows a correlation between dropping out of school and probable engagement with the criminal justice system. The Department of Bureau and Statistics actually states that individuals that drop out of school are 3.5 times more likely to be arrested than their counterparts. They go on to state that 69% of jail populations are individuals that did not finish high school. Now, those are large studies over a very large area, but think about that from a budgetary perspective and the cost to actually go through the criminal justice system. That's where the calculator that I had sent you comes into play. So if you just go to the next page. With limited time to prepare this, I still was able to put together a bit of an interactive tool. On the yellow box up top that's labeled as 100 is actually an item that's a drop-down feature for you. You can customize the amount that you would be looking to cut from our budgets. It will impact statistical rates for risk, as does the offsetting risk for cost associated with it. But unlike most pieces that you might get in a presentation, I'm actually encouraging you to disagree with me. I'm sure not many people come up here and they say something like that, but I am. And that's why there's the data portion in sheet 2 in the same spreadsheet. Any of the items that are listed in blue, you can customize yourself in terms of cost. Just know that the data that has gone into it has some type of statistical or fiduciary background that supports that particular number from an average standpoint that was provided by either the National Institutes of Health or the think tank RAND to come up with some cumulative averages and cost. With that information, this tool puts this number and this risk ratio actually in your hands to see what type of impact might be result. But truly, no matter how you look at it, the risk of increased cost is significant. In fact, if just 50 minors as the result of this cost cutting were to progress through the criminal justice system, you will exceed the amount that you just cut from savings. Keep in mind that 1,901 truancies were filed. From the data that was provided first by all of these different institutes and organizations, any one of those statistics can further progress and become an additional data point. Think about that for future budget discussions. And again, you can enter this information and see how that changes from a perspective. Now, let's say you don't believe in statistical forecast or the dollar amounts that are listed. And that's okay. But instead, I would encourage you to look at the trends, SpokaneTrends.org to be exact. So if you go to the next slide. The arrests for youth have been going down year over year, as has the dropout rates for grades 9 through 12. Think about that from a correlation perspective. Put those two together. Now, that first chart that you see up top is actually directly from SpokaneTrends.org. The data below it is accumulation of information also pulled from Spokane Trends, but put into an Excel format. I'm sorry, I put both of the graphs side by side and it was visually overwhelming. So I put it together so that you can see them side by side to actually see that kind of statistical or impact. But I will ask that aside from seeing this visual, that you use your imagination here for just 1 minute and read those items in reverse. What if we were sitting here at the table today and talking about the fact that dropout rates were increasing, and as a result, the arrest rates were increasing? What kind of investment would you have to drop to correct that? Can you and could you afford it? So, in conclusion, the data is very significant and points to the simple conclusion that these kids need help. And no one here at the table, no matter what the decision is or cut, is disputing that. But if these kids don't get resources, and the resources that we know is working and is proven from both data and trending, you'll be increasing cost, not decreasing. these resources both work and have a proven track record for doing so. Now, if in totality of this conversation, the only thing that was provided was you now have a tool that you can use, play with, and adapt based off of your perspectives and total dollar caps, that's perfect. But also in hopes that we're looking at this from not just a cost replacement perspective, but looking at this as an investment in the county and the probable impact that might have. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Did anybody make this pitch to the state before they made the cut? And the importance of this program?
100%. I spent all day testifying. My counterpart spent all day on a Saturday testifying in our legislative committee with our lobbyists. We're able, but this came very late in the session. This surprised everybody. We were sitting back just waiting to see what happened. This was a surprise. So in the short window that we had, Superior Court judges administration put a team together with our lobbyists to share. The Juvenile Court administrators put a team together. We were reaching out to all of our representatives, testifying, getting individual. And I think that's why they were. However, the budget, those came a day apart. So that was a miss there. But yes, Commissioner Kurtz, a significant.
Okay, and at the end of the day, though, the state still determined other things were a higher priority. I mean, yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes to that. Well, no, not exactly, because this is a state funded program.
Absolutely.
And the state doesn't get to just drop it on us and
I
say,
know.
we've decided we're not paying this, you guys pay for it. You know, there's lots of things that the state doesn't fund and the county doesn't step in and cover their shortfalls. And so, I mean, this is a situation where the state has decided on this state program, they don't want to fund. You know, I remember when you were in here a couple weeks ago, I know because I was the one that asked, can you bring back a presentation on what you can do with the 400,000? When I looked at these slides over the weekend and I see it's, you know, a $700,000 ask, a $600,000. What can you do with the 400,000 that the state's actually going to give you? I mean, I get it, it's gonna be less. I understand that. When I look at your graph here, it's, you know, I mean, I get, I mean, it's a bunch of half-funded positions, but that's not gonna work. Which positions are gonna go away if you have to work within the budget that the state is providing for you at the level the state believes this is a priority?
I will lose 4. I will be able to keep 1. I think Tim said he would lose 1.
Okay.
And Commissioner, we would lose, if we lose any, we're done.
But what do you do with the 400,000? There's still $400,000.
About 250,000 to fully fund both of our attorneys.
Okay,
My understanding is if we don't fully fund both attorneys, we're not doing the work.
okay,
That's the bottom line. And if we take 250, it doesn't leave a lot for everybody else.
okay. But there's a court commissioner too, right? And they don't just handle Becca, do they?
Correct. Correct.
Okay,
That
so that's probably an
position
important
would
one.
Be one of my top priorities, as well as the court coordinator that also does a heck of a lot more than just truancy work.
Mhm.
So those would be my top positions that I would need to keep, and I would need to lay off or delete 2 positions.
Well, it looks, so this funds 60% of the judicial officer. So that's like that's 145. So that's a big chunk of the 400,000.
Right.
About 45,000 of the court coordinator.
Correct.
So if you took off, I mean, so that's about half roughly. So. I mean, you got 200,000, 225 left.
Actually, we'd have 93,000. Superior Court 70% cut. That's assuming equal cut.
I'm not talking equal cut. I'm talking about if we have 400,000, how do we spend that 400,000 to benefit the county as a whole?
And I'm talking if we all, every department took 70%
Okay.
and we kept that.
You and I are talking two different things, two different things. I'm looking at all the positions that are funded here. We have 400,000. How can we best utilize that 400,000 to put the county in the best position moving forward?
So if you look at the funding, that will be for Judge Schmidt and myself, because under the budget proviso, it comes to the juvenile court administrators for the costs associated with processing and case management. So I would have to look at what can everybody do with the less amount? And how are we gonna service that? So that will be.
So you're saying it has to be proportional, has to be 70
No, it is
across.
not. No, it's in the budget proviso how it is to be spent, and it is up to the juvenile court administrator. And I have a team here that we're gonna figure out what are the highest risk kids we're gonna serve. So I can't tell Tim who he needs to put in to process these cases. I can only answer what my case managers do, and they will serve probably 100 out of the 1,900.
So are you saying there'd be no way, I'm just gonna throw out an example. You fund the 60% of the court commissioner, the 40% of the court coordinator, and the 2 attorneys. You say you wouldn't be able to do that?
No,
Why?
well, that's not possible. Who's gonna take care of the kids then?
The remaining staff that you have. I know it's more work.
With what, yeah, probably not. Okay, if these funds go away, the work goes.
Okay.
One thing I'm just trying to understand, it seems like we're in a unique position being the #1 county for filings. Even if we cut a bunch of staff, unless there's some sea change out there with the school changing their practices, the cases are still filed, right? It's the school who decides that they get filed.
Correct.
So it's a weird position to be in. I'm just trying to figure out how would this work where cases are brought to the court and the court, I don't think the court can just say, sorry, we don't have the resources to handle cases that are legally required to be filed. I don't know.
Our intent would be to try to get them to slow down, to
Yeah.
prioritize differently,
Right.
just to avoid the mess that this is gonna create.
So you basically have to go out and have a dialogue with the schools to say court capacity is this much,
Correct.
which is a weird thing to do when it's legally required under certain conditions that it says, the law says you shall file a petition.
Well, especially given the history of the Beckerville and Spokane County to go through it doesn't, but that's what we'll have to try to do. Just to minimize what is already a significant impact. And so that's also part of the request to continue to the end of the year so that we can do that and kind of aid in that transition.
Did the schools get any funding? Are they getting funding through the BECA?
They get, their funding comes again through the state to OSPI.
That they were getting funding?
Some, but I'm not. I don't know enough to say exactly what.
So. So we've already. Indicated that we are going to be short funds for next year. Not even sure we're gonna make it through this year without some real challenges. And so something that we did when I was over at the city, just put this on the table. So one of the things we did, because we had more agencies asking for money than we had to give. So we told the agencies, if you want more money, tell us who gets less. So I guess I'm gonna ask you, tell us who gets less. Who do you want to take money from to be able to fund this program? Because that's what you're asking. That's what we've got to do. Let's make that decision. So if you've got ideas, great. Otherwise, we're gonna be in a situation where we make the decision.
Right. And, you know, I'm gonna speak for everybody here. Sorry, jump in, everybody. I don't. We're just here to talk about a need that we have in the community, that services that have been provided by law. Yes, the state did something, we could all talk about that, so really not here to argue with you, Commissioner Kearns. It's just the reality. We understand your reality. Here's the need, here's the reason for it. Everybody's in a tough spot, so we know you have a tough decision to make. There's your information. We appreciate what you all do and what you've done.
Following up on your question, Commissioner Jordan, there is no ongoing binding settlement agreement. It was to settle the backup bill claims from 1995 to 1997 biennium state budget. And so there was a $4.7 million payment to Willis All.
I was just gonna suggest, I'm sure you are already thinking about this, but getting together with some of the school districts. And I mean, there's a lot of interventions happening,
Mhm.
right? To help kids stay in school. There's a lot of work happening with Launch Northwest, with funds to do after school programs, to do interventions. I know of several, investments that I was involved with in the northeast part of Spokane, so it would be good to, I think, sit down with the school districts that, especially the ones that send the most kids, that have the most kids referred, and talk about what their funding situation is, what are the things they could do differently too on their end, right?
Mhm.
And maybe there's some different ways to use their dollars to case manage some of the students. I don't know. I'm
Right,
just
and they do
brainstorming.
some, you're right, Commissioner, they schools do a lot in Spokane. Yeah, I mean,
That's one of the reasons why the dropout rate went down over the last 15 years, was a lot of different strategies of addressing student needs.
right, they do a
But we
lot
still have some very high need students that are these ones that end up,
that don't
system,
buy into
right.
all of those. Those are the ones that come back.
Anyway, I'd be happy to be a part of some of those conversations, or if there's a way to get a meeting with the school districts about
Right.
that. Because I think it would be good to understand everything that's going on, because this is just one piece of a lot of work that's going on to keep kids engaged and graduating on time in our community. And hopefully out of the criminal justice system.
Exactly. They do a lot, and they have to by law. They only come to us when that's not working.
Okay, Scott and Emily, you final comment, then we have to move on.
Literally some challenging decisions that everyone has to make, and please don't take any of my comments personally. They're just, it's the financial side of the equation that we're all wrestling with. So a thought, a suggestion, just as the board has to do, state has said it's not a priority. The board has to then evaluate across all the departments where they're going to prioritize. So if this is important work that you all think needs to continue, where else in your departments would you reduce funding to be able to continue supporting this? It's a different way of looking at it. It's not you get additional funds. It is, if these are important, this is important work, and it's got good outcomes. Where else in your department would you say we would shift dollars from here to continue supporting this? So that's just a thing to think about as you're walking out of here.
Well, thank you. I think today we're gonna get a lot of
Yeah.
conversations today.
Mhm.
Appreciate you all being here.
Thank you for your time again.
That was,
Yeah, add just one piece. So when building something like that cost calculator, I can tell you that those types of direct hands-on resources were not available. So it required data collection and a look at what's actually going on at county level, which makes me believe that maybe that element has not fully been explored at the state level of how much this is actually costing counties and not just cutting a cost, which makes me, or at least hopes to believe that future conversations with the state might be able to reinvigorate that conversation.
yeah, I think that's part of what I'm concerned about is that if we take over the funding of this, which I mean, to be honest, we don't have the funding to do it. Then the state's never gonna come back to fund it. And this really is a state funded item. And so it's trying to figure out how do we do that to, you know, really put the pressure back on the state. You know, and, you know, we've got, you know, the budget writer, you know, here in Spokane, and I don't know where he was on this, you know, and if it was all last minute, you know, is it something that we can get switched, you know, next year when they're back in session? But if we just take over the funding, again, it doesn't put any pressure back on the state, and it puts all the pressure on us because we have to figure out what other department we're gonna cut. Sure. You know, to do it. I mean, we're still at a huge deficit for next year, that we've got to figure out where we're gonna cut as it is. And so it is frustrating with the state, and I've seen it, you know, we've all seen it through WASAC. You know, programs the state wants to do, and then somebody gets a pet issue going or something, and it go away, but we can't continue to pick up all those costs. I mean, I think, you know, we're looking at the whole criminal justice system as we know, and you look at the public defenders, we're covering the cost of what should be a state cost. You know, and it's the whole system that is failing in the state of Washington that we have to figure out what to do, because otherwise it's gonna bankrupt some of these counties. Because there's just not the funding to do it, and, you know, and we've got constituents that look beyond, you know, what they see counties are supposed to be doing, our county road system that have nothing to do with the criminal justice system, sewer system, you know, all these things that our constituents still require. Right. And what are we gonna do? So those are just my concerns as we look at this. And so it's not, again, anything personal on
Absolutely,
anyone's,
we understand.
situation. It's just how do we, you know, so I guess I would ask, can we collectively think of how do we have that conversation with the state? So it's not just your department and lobbyists in your group, and not just the prosecutors group. I don't know if the public defenders has a group that does any lobbying. How do we all come together to really talk about this as an issue and not have it just be one-offs? Because it's like, again, kind of like the other things, if each group does their own little thing, it's not gonna have the collective impact of we all come together to really state, say, this is what is happening, what's going to happen.
Before work.
Yeah.
So before we leave, I will, because we are coming up on July 1 and we have staff this impacts. If we could get a final answer, I mean, I think I heard it, but at least we're talking about through the end of the year. What, is that even a possibility? And if we could know that as soon as possible, because we have not only kids and families, but staff impacted by this as well. We would like to be communicating.
Right, and that was the 382,000.
Correct. Thank you for your time.
And the model that you put together, I don't think we can play with it in a PDF format, so if you could,
There was an Excel version that was sent over.
oh, okay, that could be sent out, that would be great.
And it is completely modifiable, including the average breast rate, and the particulars for high and low cost breast rates as well.
Thank you for putting that together.
Absolutely.
Preston, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh, I actually have the charge right now, it's just about.
We'll probably switch to the budget letter next. A little bit of order, I think we can maybe do it in about 10 minutes before GSI arrives. You'll see the letter, we've put in the recommended changes from last week's looking at it, just to echo what Tori said on the way out. We will be putting the actual target budget in the letter for each department. So we will need by the time we get this letter out, we're hoping to finalize in the next week. We will need a decision on Becca to know what that target budget will be for those impacted.
You working on a video as well this meanwhile?
Yeah. Sweet.
I know Pat has put together a script.
Doing some work on it tomorrow morning.
As long as we're on the general correct theme with this budget, I think the script will. The script kind of follows this narrative. The one thing that was addressed or brought up last week that we didn't hear a board decision one way or the other, just discussion. The very last bullet point on the back page, the supplemental request for any increase over your 26 target budget. It's from our standpoint, we're not looking to entertain increases, but it's not our standpoint, it's the board standpoint. And last week, there were some thoughts about the benefit of including that to see what people would put in. So we just need a motion on that final bullet point.
So on your spreadsheet with outside agencies, you can go ahead and show the 7% reduction for clean air. And we are working to try and reduce that by even more, but it might take us a little bit of time because of some personnel adjustments and stuff, but and we'll be formalizing this hopefully in the next couple, this week, actually, for the 7% reduction.
Thank you. Can I ask here in, middle of the front page, BOCC has preemptively frozen non-essential hiring. How are we defining non-essential?
Anybody who, when somebody leaves for whatever reason, retirement, another job, if the department manager, director believes the position should be refilled, they submit the paperwork. And then at this point, it's been the executive team looking at it.
Okay.
And kind of collectively, based on what we know, trying to come to a decision on whether the position could not be refilled or if it needs to be refilled. Sum it up well, Ashley, Scott.
Yeah, in prior to this year, as positions became open because of retirement or vacancy, and the teams had funding for it, just went through the hiring process. There was no additional level of scrutiny, evaluation, and now every position up through the BOCC is receiving. It has to get an approval to advance and hire for it. So that's the difference of what we're doing.
What I will say though, is I've been tracking BOCC and other elected departments. The other elected departments are still hiring at their regular schedule. So just for awareness, the only groups that have currently been taking headcount reductions are BOCC. Every other elected official department is hiring from admin assistant 1 all the way through their top positions. From an HR perspective, that is the bulk of where we're spending our money, to be honest, when we're looking at those other departments. So we are making a very small dent, but it's very small. On the last elected official department head meeting a couple weeks ago, I encouraged them again to really start looking at those positions and asking themselves if they should really be filling or if they should be attriting. But we have not seen a slowdown in the other departments outside of the BOCC yet.
And we're intentional about doing that. Because the board has given them budgetary authority, right? So all we do is encourage. You can't say you can't. We can with all the departments that will have funded the BOCC.
Just for clarity purposes, that 7% reduction in our budget for clean air, that's across the board. That means all the cities, all the partners and the county. So that hit to us is well over $100,000 hit. But, you know, well, it's actually probably closer to 150,000, but anyway, that's how we got to the 7%.
So to follow up on. Would it? 'Cause I see what you're saying. I mean, they have all the different. Departments that have separately elected leadership. They have the ability to spend their budget. But the challenge will be at the end of this year, if their budget is reduced. They're gonna have to lay off individuals rather than just not fill a position. So I
That's the message we've given to them.
don't know if there's an additional sentence or something. I don't know. Maybe if you've given the message, I don't know if it needs to be in the letter, but
We haven't done it 7 times yet, though.
7
We're
times.
about 5 or
Maybe put in the
6.
letter.
Five or six.
Sure.
We're
Okay,
fine,
so
yes.
maybe
They know.
put something in there, make it 6. Yeah, no, I just think it's just. I mean, that's all we can do is just communicate that this is real. And it's gonna have a real impact, and so think about that when you have an open position.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to encourage them. Don't put yourself in a position where you have to lay someone off at the end of the year. Think about it now, so it's prepares you for jumping into what we've been really clear about. There are gonna be flat budgets, which means it's a 7% reduction.
So hiring up to fully staff up, thinking, well, if I get all these people on board, they don't go anywhere, is probably not a smart move for any of those departments.
The reality is, when the budgets come out, they're less than what they were spending this year, it has to have an adjustment down. My suggestion on the supplementary request is to eliminate it, because in the prior one, this was to Commissioner Waldrop's question, it was requested to where you have to make expense reductions, share with us how you're doing that and what impact it has on service levels.
Second bullet,
The
right?
second bullet, yep.
Yeah.
And that's where if there's ability to essentially buy back some dollars, you're going to have your narratives to be able to point to. And I think a supplemental suggests there's going to be more money, and we've done it before. It's like, why do I waste my time putting supplemental requests in when none of them gets filled? So I think the above bullet will be an answer to the third one. So I would suggest we don't even have it. We want to leave it in because you hadn't talked about that.
And quite honestly, a supplemental request will probably be maintaining something that's current
Yes.
versus the cut. It wouldn't be something that you just.
Is that process of supplemental requests separate from capital requests? So there's a different capital request
Correct.
paperwork or whatever, okay,
This letter's on operations.
operational, okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna throw out an example. I mean, this was back in 2017 when we were drafting the 18 budget. We asked everybody, you know, if you saw, and I think it was around a 7% cut. We were asking every, show us what a 7% cut looks like. And then we did ask, also if there are supplemental requests, and everybody can, and it's like, well, we cut this, it's like, but if you give me this much more money, then I can do this, and this, and it. Many of the presentations skewed heavily towards the supplement and really downplayed the part of the exercise, which was show us where you would actually cut from. So it just, it wasn't as valuable as you'd think.
Yeah.
So.
When we were trying to do what was statutorily required to end that. So I think the only thing that I think we probably need to do is to have, I mean, you guys call it your county leadership group, but I mean, I think we're gonna need to have one of those meetings in July prior to them putting this in, to have everyone together in the room to really talk about. But here's, again, I know you're doing elected department head meetings, but I think we really need to do one more kind of half day
Those like leader
Tree,
buildings we used to do.
to say, this is where we're really at, we're serious. We don't have additional money. And to Commissioner French's point earlier. If you need the money, who else is gonna not get the money? But it's like, it's very different when you're all sitting in the same room together. looking at each other versus just filling out your individual budgets. And I think that's where we were successful. Like in 19 and in our budget, because we did do that and we had them, work in groups and so they really did come up with who had the priority items that were more important. And department heads, really did come through on that. So, I think it's just one of those things I think we've got to have everyone in the room. It's one time's not going to be enough to really make the impact, but that's why we had originally done them in the past, was really to get them all, in the room together, really start talking about it as we knew budgets were going to be.
If the commissioners would like to do that, maybe a suggestion would be to use one of your upcoming Monday meetings. I know we've been pacing them to be meeting our strategic meetings more than just the first and the third Mondays. Been doing more than that. And so that might be an option if you want to, is have a dedicated Monday morning or Monday afternoon meeting. Invite all the electeds and department heads in, and they get to hear from the commissioners directly. We can shape the agenda so that we can kind of go through a lot of the stuff that we have been going through, and you all have heard it, but they get to hear from you all directly as well. That could qualify as number 6.
What location do you use in the past?
So water resource.
Water resource?
Yeah, so I can put that together. The other thing we might want to look at, commissioners, we did do a budget exercise in the last meeting where we forced them to get in groups. It was a mock budget, but we forced them to cut headcount, honestly, within the budget. Like, if you are looking at this, how would you meet that? What we could potentially look at is maybe pulling some real budgets in and giving each department their own and saying, go meet together and understand if you guys have to go cut X amount, whose budgets does this impact, to your point, Commissioner Cooney, and then forces them to look each other in the eyes and tell them they're more important than the other one. So we could add that as an exercise within the Monday morning or something like that. And it would be the second time they would have then actually touched a budget and theoretically done that.
So I
Call it a meeting, or would you call it a bloodletting? It's gonna be more of that. I mean, for a lot of these departments, it's gonna be
It's rough.
cutting personnel. And then you gotta pick out who you're gonna let go.
we suggest, since it's due the 1st of August, and they're gonna have to have spent a lot of time since it's gonna be very condensed. I would say July 21st would be the Monday. Just with the,
Do it on
We do
July.
it sooner,
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's too
I
late.
would be concerned about waiting that long.
because we're planning on sending this budget letter out.
well, no, this is part of, we would put the date in with the budget letter to say that we're gonna set a date, that
Okay.
we're gonna come together. They need time to really go through their budgets. So it's almost at the point where it's final for the, I mean, to me, I would look at it that you need to be coming with your final budget. Then,
workshopping kind of what their
yes,
preliminary budgets that they're going to be submitting, that the commission will be seeing in the final submission by 1st of September.
well, first, because you guys want it by the 1st of August.
So are you saying where the exercise is done by the time they walk through the door, not you show up on July 21st and then we walk through what their
Right.
heads with,
No,
okay,
they-
so
they
that
have to-
work is done
they have to
prior
go
to
through
showing up.
I mean, there's no point in them coming and talking to us about it before then. I mean, they have to really have already done the hard work as to where they need to be. And, and then they're all gonna be. Again, it's due the 1st of August to the budget office. And I mean, the letter and the video will be telling them they need to have already thought through, prioritized all of that. Before we do this I see this as kind of the last ditch effort to like try to get them to know. Where they need to
In
be.
that final 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then it gives them just a little bit of time to make some minor adjustments, but they've got to already be prepared by that point.
So as I listened to the two of you, he said one thing and you said something else, and I appreciate your clarity on it in terms of the July 21st is the drop dead date. You gotta have your budget But as I listen to Jeff talk and stuff, I'm wondering if there's still a need for a meeting in June. You know, maybe even later June or whatever, to just let everybody know, here's the tsunami and it's real. And you got till July 21st to be done with your budget, otherwise.
They've been doing that through the elected department head meetings,
Are you, so that's gonna come from
right?
your side of it.
It's gonna be very different coming from you guys.
Well, and to Ashley's point earlier, you know, our elected department, which I know are different, but it's out there, maybe they haven't gotten that message yet.
No, they haven't.
That message, so. I mean, that there could be value, or does your guys' video that you're gonna, is that the vehicle to really deliver that message? I don't know. I don't know.
Honestly, I think what Commissioner French is suggesting has some good approach, because yes, we've been messaging it, but I would not be surprised if there are some who don't think it applies to them.
Yeah.
So I think there is value in the commissioners being the vocal ones, sharing the same messaging. We could do that. We could have something in June where we invite them all in after the budget letter goes out to be reinforcing these things. They're hearing from you. It's not just us, old squeaky wheel. Now, they don't mean anything because we'll just get the funds to the commissioners when we ask them. So I think if they could hear it from you as well, and our plan would be when we put in a number in here, you'll be seeing that. You're gonna see the side by side. Here's what 2025 budget is. Here's what we're suggesting for targets, so that it's not the budget office gave me this number. And I think the exercise will force some departments to be real with their budget submission and not ignore it. Last year, we had some budgets, some departments who put in more than they were supposed to. We gave target budget. We had some departments who put in 0. They just didn't even populate it.
But the other thing that's happened in the past, I'm hoping if we can avoid it now, is department head will go to Commissioner Kearns and say, yes, but I really need this and I need you to champion this for me. And then, you know, end up trying to pit commissioners against each other when we collectively have to be able to come up with that budget. So, you know, from my standpoint, I'm gonna try and discourage that from happening, because no one's looking at me to be their champion. But, you know, that's undercutting each other is gonna be just as challenging as trying to force the department heads to do the cuts they need to do.
So our next strategic planning meeting is June 16th. So, I mean, we could look at June 16th.
Or the 23rd, or do we don't have one scheduled.
We don't have one scheduled on the 23rd. So,
But I see what you're saying, maybe.
and it gives 2 weeks to try to,
I think the 23rd, you know, a little bit more preliminary time, as you suggested, to think about
why
it.
not? I mean, that's why it's like, what do we, I mean, let's come back and talk about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I think we gotta look at what are we trying to attain in each of those? I mean, because I think you still have to have the 21st. To try to get a retreat, a half-day retreat, that's a lot. So, so what do we? I mean, do we just have everyone zoom in on the 16th, June 16th? You know, and talk about, you know, spend time. So I don't know, because I don't, you know, because even the 23rd, a lot of people are on vacation at that point because their kids are out of school. I mean, I'm trying to.
I think sooner.
And I'll be out of town that week. I think I leave the 19th and I come back the 23rd, 24th.
So
I think the sooner we can do the Zoom type meeting, which is messaging from the BOCC, the better, especially shortly after the budget letter goes out.
When is your next elected?
That's what I was
department
just gonna say. So actually on.
Oh,
Tuesday, June
17th, right?
So we could, if you all would like to attend that, we could change the format a little, or a few of you.
Yeah, it's kind of.
So that would just be like the initial communication around the expectations. Is that what you're saying?
Well, maybe I would say reinforcing the expectations that have been provided and following, and also following the budget letter too, yeah.
Maybe sending out some special notice on that. I mean, we all have the typical calendar invite that's, that's, reoccurring, but sending out some email, letting folks know, this is the one you need to be on,
We need to post it as a special
I
meeting.
could do that easily.
To me, there'd be value to have the 5 of you meet in here and be speaking collectively from one screen versus the 5 of you individual. If you're open to that.
And probably simpler just to schedule a special meeting, I was gonna say, or, I mean, we're meeting in the morning, we could just continue it to the 1 o'clock
Yeah.
meeting from the morning, just if we wanna avoid the work of a special meeting, the notice, all that, we could just continue our morning meeting to 1 PM.
Right, attorney.
Yeah, Matt would be the one.
Either one would work, right?
Okay, then we gotta get.
Just a thought, do we have like one PowerPoint slide or something that shows, or Excel document, one of Jeff's color?
We can
coded
come up
things
with something
that
to,
shows the current projected deficit that we're looking at. It might be good to start every budget workshop off with, okay, just a reminder, here's the latest forecast, 20 million in the hole. Just to kind of set that narrative over and over and come back to it. If it changes based on decisions that are made along the way or changes in the forecast, it can be tweaked, but I think we gotta have kind of a traveling PowerPoint that we constantly remind ourselves of what the dynamic is.
We're doing that already with the EODH meeting starting. We intentionally did that last week too with in advance of some of the requests coming in. We started with that slide up there. Just a reminder.
So a couple of quick things, just the 20 million. If I remember, that included some capital. So we need to be clear in the letter, this is an operating only letter. So
we
I
also have the risk fund. That's another 4, and we've talked about some possible ERP needs. Kind of about
so I
another
just want to
2.
make sure.
So we kind of are up to.
20 is accurate.
If we're up to like 25, 26 with that 6 million capital. Our holes have gone the wrong way.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
That's what we're talking about.
We need to update the.
As of updated by.
Exactly.
Okay.
As Commissioner Jordan, every time we update it, it gets voted.
I know.
Quit updating it, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
I
true.
think that's part of it, Jeff, is we need to show initially what it was.
What we have, what Jason is keeping track of on the sidebar gives the reason for changes, both positive and negative. We've had some closing of gap 2.
Okay,
Just the
and you're
widening.
showing that.
Correct.
Show us.
My other quick comment was, there is like a worksheet and like a budget template that everybody fills out that shows, okay, so that's all set up, and because that could be part of like a workshop where people are filling that out, right? Because to your point, last year, not everybody fills
Yes,
that
will
out.
be, well, but that's why I would say that July 21st is that retreat to say it better be filled out by that point, because we're, as commissioners, are gonna be looking at
Bring your homework and turn it in.
it. Yeah.
Okay, first draft.
So, I mean, that's why it's important to do it right before, to say, if you haven't done it, you better get it done.
Got about 10
because
days.
We're all
before it's
expecting it. Okay, does that sound good? So we can move on?
Yeah.
Hey. Sorry, we're running late here, so thank you. We're kind of adjusting things around. So we will go ahead and thank you, Alicia, with GSI.
Welcome, I'm Joey Fanning. I think most of you know Joey. He's our strategic growth manager in the center of all the things on the economic development side. So
Very good.
so in light of all the conversation you were just having, I think I got a phone call from Jeff that you wanted to chat a little bit about, obviously what you were just talking about. We were just here at the end of March, and so we did a broader update on all the things ADO. I can give you a bit of an update since then, what has transpired and what we're still waiting for guidance from the state level. I want to make sure just to emphasize kind of understanding what your investment in the ADO, how is that leveraged with the work that we do? And I also want to make sure I answer whatever questions you all have. As you're weighing extremely significant challenges. Your conversation you're just having very much feels like it mirrors the conversations we're having. Certainly scale looks different, but the realities for everyone are very real. Is that helpful? Is that a good place to start? Or whatever else I don't know tell me what you were looking at.
No, I think that's helpful, Alicia, and you obviously caught the spirit and themes here as we're facing budget challenges. And so one of the things that we're doing a lot earlier with the commissioners is reviewing discretionary investments they're making, they have made historically in the community, and adjustments to those, and what are the impacts of adjustments. And they haven't, on some of the outside agency investments, they've already made a decision to reduce here, here, and here. But they're with GSI and a couple other ones, they wanted to have in-person conversation just to hear about what does a reduction look like? What is the impact? That sort of stuff. So we just have some very early conversations with you all as you're going into your budgets.
Yeah, and then happy to have further and provide more depending on if it's helpful. I think, so thank you for that. I think so maybe like always level set, just as a reminder. So we have your investments in two-part. One, you have, it's $200,000 overall. You have $75,000 that's your kind of overarching partnership investment. And then you have an additional $125,000 in economic development support services. That is what is particularly leveraged as a requirement of the match for not your requirement per se, but as the regional. So you designate the associate development organization. The RCW requires then a one-to-one match on the set of investment that comes from the state. When we were here in March, we were in the middle of the legislative session, as you all know, many things that we're all still sorting through. There is a cut to base ADO funding at the statewide level. So statewide, they had been funding ADOs across the state $5 million a year, 10 million over the biennium. That has been cut to 4.152 million per year, starting at the beginning of July 1, as of July 1. We are still awaiting direction from Commerce on what that funding allocation is going to look like. We believe it will mirror what we had in 2023, fiscal year 2023, maybe 2024. So we're anticipating it to be somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000 per year to your ADO in Spokane County. But again, still waiting on that actual direction from Commerce. They also, during the legislative session, there was new legislation passed. It was substitute Senate Bill 5677. That did a couple of things. It put a floor basically in place for rural county allocations at $40,000 and ceilings for your urban ADOs, which are about the 7 of us across the state at 300,000. So no matter how they scale up or scale down, that's the boundaries of what the state distribution would look like. They'll be under that based on the funding this year. Then there were a number of other, and we've talked about this off and on over the time we've been here. As the ADO, then there's a number of other types of grants that they run through the ADO that support small businesses. They could there's been a writing grant to support both Spokane County and rural counties and pursuing grant funding. The money for the sector partnership pieces. So the Commerce as a whole has had the industry sector partnership leads that have been, I think, 6 based on different industry sector groups. That was cut in over 50% funding. So we're still awaiting what the outcome of that looks like. Our direction from Commerce is that they will maintain some kind of sector partnership program with 1 or 2 positions that would be supporting probably a combined set. So again, those sectors have been things like advanced manufacturing, aerospace, creative economy, life sciences, clean tech, and energy. So they have yet to come out with what that new makeup will have. Those things all have impact. What that looks like for us, we don't know yet, but that's the role. Your ADO plays such a critical kind of convening and coordinator of those things as they roll out investments, as they strategize outbound marketing visits, those kinds of things. That, what does that look like for our county? So there have been pretty significant cuts across both small business and sector at the state level. Still awaiting actuals. So real rosy picture, as you all know, it was real rosy across the board at the state level. So we're adjusting to that. What does that mean from your investment and locally and for us? I mean, we are already short a position in business retention and expansion, which is kind of core, kind of what I call the core of what we need to do is business assistance and business outreach. And so we're assessing, so in full transparency, we're doing just what you're all doing right now. And so having conversations internally, conversations with our finance committee and our board as far as what does that mean for personnel impacts. We have not gone back out. I've been holding on the VP of Economic Development role, which has impacts on particularly some of the outbound recruitment and sector related work. And looking at how do we realign and all of that. Those dollars, that's not all funded by the ADO funding. It's the fact that the ADO funding then we can leverage with the county investment and other municipal and industry partnerships to be able to have a team of 4 to 5 people to work on the core set of things that we're required to do as the ADO. I think for this conversation, when I look at leverage and opportunity, what we don't often talk about here is that your investment, we talk a lot about the business assistance work. We talk some about outbound recruitment, which this county is massively under-resourced as a whole, even with our public development authorities. We don't have the same tools in our toolbox on that front, but we talk about that a lot more. But your investment is also what we're able to leverage to do a lot of our public policy work. So when we think about the DC and federal fly-ins, the fact that we have a state and federal lobbyist, we're going to be evaluating. So as you make decisions on your investment and others do, it will have those types of impacts on our ability to do. What I say as the ADO, the number one thing, there's direct business assistance is the first directive. The second is to be your convener across your economic development ecosystem. And that looks like a lot of different things, but we're convening your public development authorities. We convene an economic development committee. This whole idea of how we do coordination of economic development work across the region. Those things potentially, have impact depending on how we end up having to scale. The other piece is that being a regional convener around critical issues. So the ability to leverage for conversations we're having around public safety, and we think about going forward. That's all part of our core responsibility as the ADO is to be this ongoing coordinator, convener of region-wide infrastructure. Again, we don't own anything. Everybody else owns the infrastructure, but how are we coordinated as we think about industry sector outreach? How are we coordinated as we think about small business assistance? And so on. So those are, I have said to our board and to our team, this is the most challenging environment we've been in a long time, more challenging than the pandemic, because all of you and many others are investing, so I think really core. What I wake up worrying about is that this role we play is your kind of coordinating and convener role. What happens if we have to make impacts in that investment? Because there's so much that requires coordination. And we hear that from our public development authorities. We hear that from our other cities and all of you, because everybody has things they're doing, but how are we coordinated as we think about small business outreach? How are we coordinated as we think about industry sector partnership? It's just really, really critical. So I'll pause just to as kind of the things I'm thinking about. I'd love to answer questions, can get more specific. Joey lives and breathes. We have all the metrics of all the things. So whatever is most helpful for you.
So, sorry, at the very beginning you were talking about, so you're saying that it's looking like 100,000 to 120 over the biennium, but you're not sure.
Not sure, we haven't gotten direction. So the way that it works is they set
Just for the ADO
Just-
state funding.
that's just our funding. So the state funding to Spokane would be about $120,000.
And that's what requires in the RCW a 1-to-1 match. And so currently, what is the county? We've been doing 125, you said?
125.
Okay. And then what was 75 that you mentioned?
That's your partnership investment.
Oh,
Or
right.
can incorporate it to be at a regional visionary investment level that allows you to be in a series of other conversations.
And then, is there any impact with the Evergreen Biosciences project from the state cuts?
Yeah, so maybe I reserve that, so thank you for asking. So Evergreen Bio intent, so the energy hub around the university district, and then also had applied and not received around the tech hub. They've had these what they call industry cluster acceleration programs, which is money that supports these cluster development pieces around parts of our community. That program, those dollars and program have been cut. So what you now have is we have these kind of burgeoning, industry cluster work around Evergreen Bio, around the aerospace tech hub, around energy and intent, and all of them are seeking resources and in an environment where there is less and less state and federal monies for that type of work. Now, opportunity, absolutely, but the coordination, and so part of ours is the kind of the coordination of some of the pieces through. So like on the tech hub side, it's been on the workforce coordination, which was not what was funded with the monies that were just pulled back. But that piece goes hand in hand. Evergreen Bio, most of their existence has been around industry cluster acceleration.
So one last question was, so the PDAs, those have become kind of the new, focus areas for our region. And there's other areas like you just talked about, the University District, there's the Valley, industrial park and other areas, but the 3 PDAs, what role do you currently play, or do you think you could play in that coordination or conversation or collaboration? So it's a united, because I sit on the U District board and, we can kind of get in our own focus of our U District plan and not think about like the financing or other pieces that could also maybe benefit other, economic development projects.
Well, I think the other piece that maybe Alicia didn't touch on is the mandate as the ADO for regional planning. So it's not just an expectation for economic development. To fulfill our ADO contract, we need to do our regional planning. And so that's why we did the SEDS Thrive Spokane process 4 years ago to launch this, because I think we saw coming out of COVID, Spokane County hadn't had a true SEDS in place in over 20 years. So we wanted to go through that process and truly get a plan together, bring the stakeholders together. Commissioner French, I know in your conversations with the EDA, they like to see specific SEDS goals when we're going after recruitment things. And so having that SEDS is really important. We're coming up at the end of our current SEDS cycle. So I think as we look over the next 1 to 2 years, bringing the PDAs together, figuring out I know the West Plains has been doing a lot of strategic planning process of their own, how we convene, what all those priorities look like, not just the PDAs, but the businesses, our educational institutions, our utilities, everyone who plays a role in this economic development ecosystem, how we can determine what's next for that strategic plan, how we can make our region more competitive. Kind of where we're at right now is we've recovered from COVID now as we look to attract more investments, as we look to pursue things like the tech hub, how we can come together as a region to build our case and bring those partners together. And I think we're strategically positioned to be that entity that does that in that overall regional planning process, leverage the investment to pursue additional grants from the EDA, which we did in 2021 to do that regional planning process. So I think that's going to be really critical in the next 2 years as we do that process.
Then I would say to your question on the PDAs, a few things happen. So we work a lot one-on-one with each of the public development authorities, because again, they have certain. So if I use just example, like the Northeast Public Development Authority, now we're working specifically on the back end of their creative sector pieces with the fellow that we have working on that. University District, we're working specifically on some resiliency related pieces, and so Stacia's working on that. So it varies by public development authority. The other pieces, they do not convene collectively themselves. So they convene, so they've been, we have the Regional Economic Development Committee, so they come together there where we're having discussions around what are they each, a little bit to what Joe's talking about, what are each of the plans, and then what are the kind of gaps or opportunities when we think about policy alignment, workforce needs, those kinds of things. So it looks different for every one of them, but they don't, And then the alignment around legislative asks. So if we go back to the public policy leverage, most of it, if they've been working on the development of pieces, what are the policy infrastructure pieces that we need to build on the state or federal level? That has then been coordinated in, same as been working with, with Irian and the broadband, PDA, et cetera. It's that coordination and intersection between a lot of it. On the public policy side.
Just so I understand the matching funds that you let out, so in order to get the amount from the state, it has to be matched with local, the one-to-one? So I understand, okay.
And that usually follows through with any additional grant that's coming to the region, even if it's passed through through the APO.
Okay, so that when the state gives you your number, in order to get up to that number, it has to be matched.
Yeah, they will, correct.
So if hypothetically that local number was lower, that's as high as you can get with the state dollars, is however much you have from the local, is that? So say that state's giving you 200, they say 200,000. If you only bring in 100,000 from local, then you can only
It would
get.
have the potential to impact on your amount from state, correct?
Okay, so
Yes.
possibly not a guarantee it limits you to the 100.
We have never gotten there,
Got it,
Commissioner, and I
got
hope
it.
that we don't. The goal would not be to, we do have to be careful that you can't obviously double dip across matches as different, so. For example, the ICAP, so you have the ADO grant that requires one-to-one. We also then have the ICAP funding for Evergreen Bio, that required match, and so you can't use the county investment to match both of those, for example. And then you also, and then they just changed the language to be more specific to ensure that there's no match with other state, their international be. Does not allow for federal or general fund state match, but may include non-state funds, cash or in-kind contributions.
Thank you.
So the local match would include all the jurisdictions in the county. So it's not just Spokane County that you gotta meet the match, you gotta get some money from the city of Spokane and the valley and yada, yada, yada.
It's looked different over. The county has been the primary premier with a set of our regional visionary investors. The city of Spokane Valley has been counted as part of the match consistently. The city of Spokane used to be, and then stopped funding.
So of the jurisdictions within the county that you do get funding from, it's the county, valley,
What was Liberty Lake?
Liberty Lake, and is that it?
That's been over the last few years,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
The city of Spokane stopped investing in 2008, not 2000, that's the wrong, it was 2020. I gotta get the right year here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And city of Cheney, and city of Railway Heights have been in and out based on things that are going on in their own jurisdiction.
Yeah, they're partners with the West Plains Chamber and
Yep.
stuff, and so how much is the Valley and Liberty Lake giving you?
So the valley. I wanna say it's about $50,000. So when we set up that contract, it's on a per capita-esque basis.
Okay.
And so theirs is about 4753. And then the city of Liberty Lake has been 20,000.
Thank you.
I had forgotten about that. Years ago, it was set to a population.
Yeah.
I had forgotten that. That's right.
Driving towards the per capita population. So when it
Yeah.
adjusts based upon hopefully as the region of the county grew.
That was like right as I became a commissioner. I remember that was shifted over to a population model. It was tough. Yeah, it was tough. I forgot about that.
So is the counties then based on population, the 120?
It's the way it's structured. I don't believe it's at full whiteness.
So is that based on unincorporated? or
It's just
Total.
You've just gone with, so there's the intent of how the agreement was created. And then there's been how we've.
Well, it would be the 75 number, not the additional 120. It was that base 70, because correct me if I'm wrong, was it 50 cents a person? 50 cents a person of your population? What's that? I mean, because like, cause the
I'll
valley,
confirm with
I,
you.
and the only reason I'm thinking it, cause the valley's around 100,000 populated, so I'm thinking if they're at 50, it's probably I thought it was 50 cents per citizen to come up with that base
And
payment.
that's around the economic development partnership side. So there's the way that the agreement was structured a number of years ago, also something we're happy to continue to have conversation about, but there were three parts to it. There was your partnership investment that created kind of the base investment into organization, which helps to leverage public policy. Partnership engagement gives you a seat at the regional visionary level. With the other hand, there are 11 of you that are regional visionary investors. And then there is an economic development partnership portion of it, which is the funding per capita model, which I'm sorry, I'm not hanging on to the per capita number at this moment. And then there was a third piece, which is if you wanted to, if there were specific things the municipal entity was wanting to pursue a specific project or a specific initiative that you wanted to utilize the ADO to be able to do that, then you could do an additional. And so we've had that off and on with the city of Spokane Valley particularly, as they've been working on a very specific initiative, pursuing a specific transportation planning opportunity.
I might be a little slow, sorry.
That's
So
okay.
there's 70 something, which is the regional visionary. And then 125 is the economic development. Which one is population based?
125.
Okay. And then there's other, so is 125, that's the match that's required currently by the state.
That
And
was the match, correct?
In determining what that match or what counts toward that match, there's other dollars other than our 125 that count. Okay. And that's the Valley and Liberty Lake piece. Okay. And then that's the number that will be going down 50 to 60 per year, depending on what Commerce says.
Correct. Our
The
side of that.
match requirement.
Yeah.
And then, do you know anything time frame wise when Commerce is
Sure.
expected to guide? The
Soon
state?
is all we get.
Soon.
On the phone
So-
call last week, they were working on it. They've had their own set of mass exodus of staffing related pieces. So they've lost like 3 finance people in the last 3 weeks. So we're holding our breath.
You know, I pinged Heather last week on a parks grant and it's in the state budget. She said sometimes they get to at the end of June, usually it's the first half of July. So both are commerce grants. So I think maybe there's information there that'd be relevant here.
A lot of movement in commerce and they're working on it. They're hoping, we're all hoping for, I think the last, and then we also have, which hasn't been specific to the ADO funding, but we have Azure ADO, but the regional program in Washington hub for the last decade, which is a lot of the workforce coordination side of the work across all of the Eastern Washington region, the Northeast region, and that funding is 8% cut across the state. So we're also waiting direction for that. That's why we do Scott.
Kind of along the same lines as Commissioner Jordan was asking, I apologize if you already said it earlier. All of the buckets of matching funds that are needed that haven't been enforced by Commerce to do 1-for-1 matching. What's the total of that? And if based on the budget situation the county's in right now, if the county was only able to provide $100,000 next year, so 75 towards regional visionary, 25 towards economic development. How does that all play into the local matching funds necessary for the receipt of the funds from Commerce?
Match, but
I haven't been involved in the actual financial pieces of it until the last couple of months. I'm still wrapping my head around how that works too.
it would, I mean, that's some of what we have to working through and talking through. I mean, so with any reduction that if you have less on this side and less on match, then it impacts services.
And the cost of a membership, can those dollars be a part of the match? Or does it have to be something separate from a membership fee?
It's a great question. We, for as long as I know, it's been on the economic development side, because there is some specification on what the dollars are, what the dollars are for and utilized for. Whereas membership is this, you know, kind of overarching investment in an entity and organization that's it's been specific to the economic development purposes that are outlined in the RCW. And so if it was reduced in that way. that
I
has
mean, it's not,
delivery
not
impact.
a huge amount, but if we're paying 75 for the visionary is only 53, but I mean, that's 22,000 at least. You could shift over to the economic side that, I mean, it's just throwing stuff out, spitballs and stuff.
So help me understand, if you are the convener with the PDAs, what do you convene about? And how often do you convene?
Yeah, so we convene, the PDAs are part of the convening, so we convene a few different groups, so we've mostly on a quarterly basis. It's around coordination of economic development activities and efforts. Opportunities of pursuing those kinds of things. Also just connectivity, so what's been really interesting, just there's this understanding what each of the parts that the players are working on. So we can understand a little bit the coordinated planning. Policy, opportunity, workforce alignment, those kinds of things. That the ADOs or the PDAs have been part of that group. We stood up about 2 years ago now, we had not had a coordinated economic development committee that had both business leadership and others at the table, so the PDAs have come together now twice. And that conversation, and again, it's a lot of it is awareness and understanding, and then how does that train into opportunity, policy pursual, those kinds of things, coordination of activities. And then a little bit to what, maybe a little bit to Commissioner Walder's question, there's a lot of work we're doing one-on-one with each of the different PDAs, depending on what they're specifically pursuing, whether it's background materials, information for their own outbound marketing effort. It looks different for each entity. Because each of them themselves are not significant. I mean, they're a couple person shop. And so the ability to be coordinated around what spaces do we fill or need. And there's work that we do just as a regional entity that they don't do because they're really place-based to do the development of that public development entity or space.
You give me an example of how that effort has resulted in an economic development activity?
We say economic development activity, what is that?
Recruitment. Or an initiative or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know, we have a successful improvement yet.
Well, yeah, there was thinking about one, we met with I know Chris from what Espira who was involved in, there was a tire manufacturer. It wasn't a recruitment, but more of an expansion. It was a tire shop up in North Spokane County that was purchased by a larger entity, and they were looking to expand in the West Plains. So we brought together Chris and folks from the Workforce Council and some other pieces they were looking for to talk through what that expansion looks like, available sites out there. And so I know Chris was really hopeful on that. And from a broader sense, I think just being opportunistic, like we were contacted by the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco a couple months ago, just wanting a general overview of the economic landscape here. And so we brought together Chris and the other PDAs to talk about what they're seeing in their individual jurisdictions. We brought together industry partners. We brought Evergreen and Mark Norton of NEMA were there, and just brought everyone together in the same room to have that conversation to show a collaborative front. I know we've done that in the past with recruitments like Project Builder, where everyone comes together, and I think businesses looking into the region like to see that collaborative nature. And so I think being prepared to do that it puts us at an advantage. And I think, yeah, we have those relationships.
So with the change from the state and the way the state will be funding these cluster. Sounds like they basically cut it in half, right? You were talking about aerospace, advanced manufacturing, clean energy tech. Are you then, as you're going through your internal thoughts about how you would staff and support economic development efforts regionally, thinking about moving more towards like supporting the PDAs versus focusing on specific clusters, or are you trying to figure that out? Like, 'cause you can't do everything.
We can't do everything. I think part of it is the state is your regional coordinator and convener, but how best do we carry out those activities? Each industry cluster or group currently has staffing. And if you just even use like Intent and Urban over there going through their own strategic kind of planning and evaluation for what their target outbound conversation will be and some of those things. And so we have one person staffed. I mean, to be clear, we got 15 people as an organization. So we're, the Evergreen Bio. So the uniqueness of being your ADO is that like the Evergreen Bio executive director has been an employee of GSI that then we lease back to that separate 501c3 to do their industry cluster effort. So we're in all of these conversations around how do we maintain the right set of kind of basic services and operation, your regional coordination and support. And so when I think about particularly on the outbound recruitment side, as a county that we have PDAs that have some leverageability, we have limited tools in our toolbox as a county. Our best and highest use isn't to be doing the outbound recruitment, but how do we support whatever those strategic initiatives are or focus for both the industry clusters and the PDAs we're having all, but how do we do that with the 3 or 4 people we have working in kind of economic development workforce to support those efforts. And a little bit to Joey's standpoint, our role as your ADO is to really be that helping to coordinate the regional planning and system, and then to stay laser focused on business assistance and business outreach for those that are right here in Spokane as we think about ensuring we have business growth locally so that we can support the outbound recruitment activities that the PDAs and the industry clusters are focused on. But yeah, we're having all those real conversations. Those are thoughts. We'll follow back up. I can make sure that I'll just confirm with Jeff that he has exactly what the breakdown is and the match language out of the ADO contract. RCW so that those technical questions we're all on the same page around that. And if there's any emails and wants they follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for running late, but appreciate your time.
Appreciate the conversation and happy to have more. Thank you.
Everyone's having these conversations right now.
I didn't see it. I did.
Okay. So we're, because I said we on too, so. It is here.
Yeah.
Oh.
They mostly just stayed in. She lived together. I think we can.
Back to other topics.
No, to the.
Actually,
Okay, because I see we've got the campus infrastructure.
That's boilers would be.
the beginning.
Yeah.
After.
I've never been a lady.
No one else.
Risk we.
I was telling somebody, oh yeah.
My fingerprints are.
So cool. Happening.
Okay, so we're gonna just kind of continue being out of our sync of things here. So yes, we're being flexible. Dr. Thompson and Kim, if you guys want to come up and be seated at the end of the table.
Hello, I'm Alicia Thompson. I'm the Spokane Regional Health District's Administrative Officer. And Kim.
Hello, Kim Kramar's the controller, Spokane Regional Health District.
Thank you both for being here this morning. Appreciate it. Sorry that you guys are ahead of schedule, so. Oh my God, you're not having to wait at all. Perfect.
Oh, perfect time.
And I think that this is probably, because this is your budget hearings, right?
Yes.
And I think this is the first time that Kim has ever participated in a county budget hearing process. So this is all new for Kim. I've worked in other health departments which were county departments, so I'm familiar with it. But I'm not familiar with your process. So
But so we can explain a little bit. I mean, this is new as we are really hitting a budget. Right. Budget Shortfall.
Sure.
Everybody doesn't like me say crisis, I think. Shortfall. In our general fund, and so we are bringing in all the outside, as you saw, GSI was just here. That we help fund outside agencies, of which, since the health district is not a department of the county, considered one of our outside agencies. And so having you come in to talk about where we're at, you know, what the funds that the county gives. I think talking about what the county's required, we're asking maybe our departments to look at what are the requirements that we're required to do versus expectations of citizens. And so that's part of it that we're looking at. And that was, you know, discussions we were having pre-COVID. We were starting to have these conversations that, you know, we knew at that point counties were, you know, cities were starting to have budget issues. And so now it's post the COVID era of all the additional funds that were coming in. And so we've got to really start to take a hard look at where we're at and what we're funding.
absolutely. So one of the things I'm going to pass out here is a copy of our strategic plan, which will help us to talk about the whole what's required and what are we working towards. Pages 3 and 4 specifically. On the page 3, you'll see that we have there our vision, our mission, and our core values. And then on the right hand is our strategic goals. And so those will be helpful to you as we talk through the budgets that the county helps to fund. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kim. She has some handouts as well.
So following up from the spreadsheet that was sent to everyone, that was highlighted. Down the rows.
It's the last handout.
Yeah. So I believe you all had the spreadsheet that I sent at the request of Commissioner Kearns related to our local dollars and how the health district utilizes the local dollars. So this spreadsheet here is what was sent back to us highlighted on some of the questions that you had. And one thing I want to point out is on page 3, the last page at the bottom, the column for local dollars from Spokane County assessment. And we also received the state of Washington public health appropriations. So that may have been a bit confusing in the last spreadsheet because our local dollars come from 2 sources, Spokane County, our quarterly assessment, and then the state of Washington has what they call public health appropriations. And so every January and July, we receive 1/2 of the 2877,318. That's the replacement of the motor vehicle excise tax from way back. And it's been flatlined, so every year it's the exact same amount since 15 years ago. So those are the 2 sources we use for our local dollars. And so in this column, we don't actually separate what is county assessment versus local government assistance. So it's in our local dollar pot. So that's why we had a local dollar need or usage of the 4.9 million. So that's how we distributed between all the different programs. So part of it is state, part of it is county.
So just to clarify, so all of that is flexible funding.
Yes.
There's no, for the state side, it's just flexible dollars.
Completely flexible. Yes, absolutely. And it is separate from the state foundational public health.
Which has specific names, categories.
Yes, and we have not heard, and I've not seen any indication that this 2877,318 will be changed, or reduced. It has not gone up in 15 years, but also hasn't gone down, so we're anticipating that to be the same. So that's why it's in the column here is the allocation of the 4.9. So I can't say that we use county dollars for X, this program, and local and the state dollars for the other program. It's a combination. But we can walk through that. So of the ones that are highlighted, for example, there was a question about media and communications, and that's the first one there. So $1.2 million is the total program. And on this second page that I shared is some history of the communications program. Prior to COVID, all the way back to 2016. So I just did a 10-year snapshot of what we had. And the local dollar column in this one shows $1.033 million. So we do have 200,000 of other funding that offsets our communications department, and that is foundational public health services specific to communications. So the pot of money that we do receive, FPHS, Foundational Public Health Services, is approximately $6,036,000. Approximately 2 million of the 6 is reinforcing capacity, which is flexible that we can use not everywhere in the agency, but anywhere that it is a public health, foundational public health service, we can use those dollars. Then the other 4 million is prescribed. So we do have a little bit of an extra. Besides the county assessment, the state, local government assistance, we have 2 million of reinforcing capacity. That's somewhat flexible. We can use it in any program that's identified as FPHS. An example would be WIC is an other important service, but it's not FPHS. So we could not backfill a WIC program with FPHS reinforcing.
Any questions at this point?
Well, speaking of foundational public health funding, what is the status coming out of this session?
They have identified some cuts already of foundational public health services. Only one of those cuts will affect us. But we're getting ready to go into a meeting with WSOLFO because locals have to identify another $4 million in cuts to FPHS dollars. And so our position is don't cut the reinforcing capacity dollars, because those are the dollars that are discretionary that we can choose to use where needed. And so that we're hoping that will be the decision that they make. That's what we'll be advocating for. But there are 33 other local health jurisdictions that will be involved in that conversation.
The meeting's this Wednesday, actually.
So I'm confused. You said there was 1% cut that would potentially happen, then $4 million more.
So they've already identified, they have to cut 12 million. They have to cut $12 million from the FPHS statewide. So they've identified the programs, some programs that they've already decided they're just cutting. And that took care of the, I'm trying to do more, 8 million. But we as locals have to identify an additional $4 million in cuts of the funding that will come to us. And so the way the state does it is a collaborative process, trying to get not to consensus, because that would never happen, but to get to majority of local health jurisdictions and how they feel it would be in the best interest of local health jurisdictions to distribute those remaining dollars.
Of the 4 million. I assume there's some kind of formula about what that might do for us, and what the.
And that's actually the question that it was being presented to us, is how do we want to proceed? Do we want to follow a percentage allocation based on highest population, our lowest population? I mean, they gave us like 8 different options of how we approach this. And again, our our request is that we really go forward looking at what's in the best interest of the various communities, local health jurisdictions.
So there's, because it's so open, how that gets accomplished through this majority process, you really don't know yet.
Right now, we don't know. And hopefully by the end of the meeting on Wednesday, we will have come to an agreement on how we're going to proceed to share those cuts.
We do have some programs in the health district are almost exclusively FPHS funded. So any reduction is going to have an impact to those programs. Others might be 50-50. They may have other funding streams and FPHS. Or in the example of communications, you'll see they have, over $1.2 million budget, but 200,000 is their amount of FPHS. So that's not as much of a percentage. So we do have an idea of like which one would be the hardest hit if it was across the board, because they have no other funding.
And then just to follow up, so it's the foundational public health is about 6 million, you said, and that's annually. And is that reflecting the statewide cuts that you're talking about, or is that what it's been historically? So is that new number or the old number?
That's the current number.
It will go down.
This will be the first time we've had a reduction in FPHS. It's either been flatline or essentially it's been the same, and then they've added new identified programs specifically that they want to enhance. They haven't increased that reinforcing capacity, but we've had new programs each year. So we've worked our way up to 6036, but this will be the first time they've actually done a reduction, which is why they're doing it so collaboratively.
Do you have a sense? I know it's still being developed, but do you have a sense of whether it's gonna go down for you to 5 or any range that you have in your plan yet?
We've heard a lot of throwing out kind of guesses from the executive committee. And I think that's why they decided to do this meeting on Wednesday with all the jurisdictions, so that they could get buy-in from the jurisdictions on the process that they're going to follow, because that is another one, just straight across the board, 5% cut to everybody. But we don't know.
But on the 8, so there's 12 million in cuts, right?
Yes,
8 million's already been determined.
yes, because the
How
state,
much does that impact you guys so far, do you know?
The state took about 6 million of cuts. So
Oh.
the state of Washington did, so DOH. They absorbed a big portion of
Okay,
it that was done at the state level. And so of that 8 that was reduced, there was a 2 million potential at LHJs. For us specifically, it was about 100,000.
Okay.
Because it was one of the newest programs that had come into place, and I think that's why it was one slated to be removed. That was one of the philosophies, kind of last in, last out. But then also then there's argument about why the last in. Now we've identified the gap. And especially with, it's a very interesting time because with COVID funding essentially ending in June of this year. I mean, there's some that have carried forward. They're essentially gone, at least for us, as of June. So other LHJs, if they're in the same boat, maybe they didn't spend out their FPHS in the past because they had the COVID funds. And now, so they had unspent. Now they have no more COVID funds, so they're fully anticipating using FPHS when maybe in prior years they haven't spent on the table. Which is one of the reduction formulas is to any LHJ that had previously underspent to just pull back that underspend, but they're all saying, hey, wait a minute, we need it now for the future. So and another philosophy on FPHS is that it should be foundational services that we have at every LHJ across the state. So to make everything reinforcing capacity at the local level doesn't ensure that we have the services across the state that we want. So there's kind of that 2 sides of the coin for discussion on Wednesday. But yeah, 6 million, if they do the across the board, or 4 million, excuse me, across the board, we looked and it was like 150,000 for the health district. But then those little LHJs or departments, if they have to take that full cut, it might eliminate their entire FPHS. So I'm not anticipating it across the board. I think there's gonna be a formula population based.
Okay.
Any questions on what I presented here for the communications? I know that was one that was a topic what did communications look like prior to COVID versus post-COVID? And so I went back 10 years to kind of see the pattern and footnoted a couple items. In 2016, we had and we still do have a public information officer. You know, we have Kelly Hawkins, who's our communications director. But that was the role in 2016. And then we had 2 communication specialists. And that was essentially that budget in 2016.
And what is it now? I mean, how many?
And what it is now on this table, we have a director, so that's Kelly Hawkins, the PIO. A media production specialist, so that's the person who's, you know, behind the scenes doing the cameras and all the technical things for our Facebook Live or any of the video equipment. Previously, we had IT that we'd pull an IT person in and help do, you know, set up a camera, and it would just kind of sit there and record. So we've got a lot more specialized from what we did in 2016. And then we have a health program specialist, and then 3 communication specialists who do like the advertising content, and then a half-time administrative assistant, full-time position, but half-time to this.
So that doesn't include any of the media buys or any of that.
It does. This is the full budget cost. We did look at that, and that was around 225,000 of this $1.2 million was advertising. And I believe that was how Kelly Hawkins was using her FPHS funding specifically, was like, oh, now I have some money to spend on media buys.
Wait, so can you do that math for me? So how much is going to actual staff and how much is going to the actual product?
I'm so sorry, I meant to print that. So staff is about $750,000. Salary and benefits.
750K is staff.
And then about 225 or 250, just for round numbers, is media buys. And then about 250 is the indirects that we charge the media program, which we charge all of our programs for indirects if they're not part of the indirect cost pool, which would bring you to the $1.2 million. And then we have 200,000 of FPHS funded specifically to offset any of those costs. They're not prescribed how to offset them, just specific.
Easy to understand where everything went up during COVID. Why did we see nothing going down post-COVID?
That's a great question. Yeah, please.
I think that during post or pre-COVID, we went from, and I use the platter example, you know, you have plastic platters, you have glass platters, you have crystal platters. And we went from like the plastic platter version of communications all the way up to the highest platter you could offer for communications. And once we achieved that level, it's been really that we haven't brought it back. And so that is a consideration, that it is time that we reduce the communications programs, because we have other health program specialists within the health district that are quite capable of developing their own flyers and their own work without having the level of oversight that communications is currently requiring of staff to ensure we stay within our brand. And so that's what I see
And
in
one
my
of the-
year and a half.
One of the positions is focused on the social media side, so Facebook, I don't know around Twitter necessarily, but the postings on a regular basis is the one of the health or one of the communication specialist positions.
And that wasn't just specific to communications, like your health equity has gone up, 20-fold. I mean, it appears to be true of almost all categories. And we understand the spike during COVID, but it feels like post-COVID, we should reset back to the old base normal, or at least base normal, maybe with a bit of inflation. And we've just decided that COVID funding is the new normal. is what it's feeling like in a lot of categories.
Right, right. And that's why I'm thankful that I'm here today so that the county commissioners can give me feedback as to what direction I need to take on moving this budget back so that it comes to pre-COVID terms. And so, but I would say that with health equity, that's a little bit different because health equity is at the core of the 10 essential public health services. It also, if you look at page 3 in your strategic plan, is one of the core values of public of SRHD. And now, yes, communications is important. That's also something that's part of the National Public Health Standards, which are what we try to do our work through, that lens of the National Public Health Standards. But what I'm seeing here at SRHD is that there's additional expertise outside of our communications department that also can help with that education and communication part of their programs. And right now, their work is being all funneled through this communications department to get approval for branding and feedback and all of this. And I really don't believe that's necessary. I think if we have a strong branding expectations that our programs themselves that have the expertise in creating educational materials that they're capable of doing and staying within our brand.
Is the health equity, is that externally facing or is that internally facing?
Both.
Okay, so
Both.
there's some things that are, I just read the note here. Health equity is spotting the evolving needs of the community by removing barriers and offering support. So is there, how much of it is generally internal focus versus external focus of the 530,000?
Right. That's a really good question. And I would say that probably that split is about 40-60, 40 internal, 60 external. Because what that team does is, and you notice it has additional revenues too.
Yeah, you have 100,000. What are those revenues? Where's are those 100,000?
1,000 is the FPHS grants.
Right.
So we have one grant, or part of the FPHS life course, with one position being funded in health equity for that.
And then, so we have part-time community health workers, like 0.33. We have 3 point, and I think you
Yeah, that's
pointed out,
6.
yeah, the 2.6 community health workers, and that's 2.6 FTE.
Yeah, I'm sorry, those are we have 2 full-time and a 0.6 FTE, and then we have 3 intermittents, so those are the 0.3s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so each of those individuals is very fluent in a particular language in our community. And they all go out into the community and work with the community on, for example, we just had an event with the Marshallese community. And the community health worker was able to help us navigate that you can't do this event without having permits. Because permits are required to have a food selling event in the community. And that Marshallese community health worker was able to help us with that. We also have one who speaks Russian. And another one who speaks, can't remember.
Marshallese.
Well, we have Parlinda is Marshall Leaves. Irina is Slavic. And then I can see her face. I can't remember what language she speaks, but anyway, one of the other large immigrant communities that we have in our community. And then they also, the others who are full-time, they do the same thing. We have a Native American gentleman who has helped us tremendously with working with tribal communities. And they help us to navigate, and they help our programs navigate with our various community members who might not be as easily, like they don't understand. They've never had to do this before. Why do they have? And then with our employees, just understanding that each of us, we have our own perception of how we view public health and the world. And it helps our employees to understand the views of other individuals in the community and how we can perhaps, one of the prime things that we're always taught, know your audience, right? Know your audience. And so if we are going in to an organization or a restaurant or anything, and we are going in with presuming that our audience is all English speaking and understanding everything of their new country, the message isn't going to be received. And so it's really about helping our employees to modify our messaging so that it is received by the intended audience. And a lot of what we do is help individuals and organizations understand how can we help you to help your clients navigate the very complex health systems that we have in Spokane County.
That's helpful. I appreciate the background. To Jeff's comment earlier about kind of growth in some of these areas, the pre-COVID, the post, where this was trending $50,000 a year, it is now to net revenue about $430,000. I think just an eye on kind of statutory and need to haves versus nice to haves. I mean, that's what we're doing right now is we're not able to have the nice to haves. We just can't afford it as a county. Right. So.
Yeah, so that, in 2020, 2021, the Board of Health resolution was signed, mid-year. And so we had about a quarter, the final quarter of that year with a health program specialist in a health equity role. And then that individual continued in the role into 2021 until they resigned. We lost them to the OH, but they're doing great. And so again, that was a health program specialist position. And then it was vacant for a while until we hired about 14 months later, hired a program manager. And then there was additions added to the program, different positions to where we are today. So what Dr. Thompson referred to, we do have intermittent community workers. They're not benefited employees. They're as needed. So that's not a budget buster one way or the other, to be completely honest. So we do utilize 3 that are very specific to communities that we want to reach. But the others, we do have, 2 full-time persons, with health program specialists full-time, plus 2 community workers that are full-time, plus a 0.6 full-time, or not full-time, but a 0.6 FTE and the program manager. So that program, to answer your question, yes, we initially had a health equity position, health program specialist, and it's evolved into more of a program model.
Mr. Mojo.
So on this one, Kim, it shows 399,000 total. But then on this one, it's the 529.
Yeah, that's a great question. Because further down, specific to local dollars. So further down, we have another program, it's in the 761. And it's covered by a grant. So since it was fully covered, that's not captured here in the local dollar. difference.
Okay, so local dollars is the $3.99.
Yes.
That's a combination of county and state.
Well, and then the
Yeah.
Health Equity Committee.
It's also the 40.
Another 40.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
But these other dollars here are covered by other things that you have on this sheet.
yes, yes. So the difference between that 529 is, yeah, I didn't mean to skew that by any means. We have an indirect federal grant for some health equity time, for community health workers, and that's fully covered. But yes, the gap in local dollars, the 399 plus the 40.
So have you thought about, since the work you're talking about is essential,
Let's call it
Alicia, you were talking about, you know, using these community health workers to communicate the importance, in language and culture of, like with food safety.
Right.
And so you have a whole department that's focused, that's one of the duties of the, what's the department?
Environmental public health.
Yes, yes. So have you thought about billing their time to, you know, like basically billing out their time to these different departments that they are basically doing, they are helping communicate the work about food safety, HIV/AIDS prevention, other disease prevention, or does that not work? Cause it's basically like they're doing, it sounds like they're doing a lot of the work of those other departments, but they're doing it in, they're providing the communication and cultural lens, right?
So with environmental public health, that if we were to do that, it would have to come from other funding than our fees. Because the fees are to the restaurants, and I don't know that we could incorporate that cost in our fees. That would, we would have to look into that, to see if we could incorporate the, like the translation and into the fees.
It was just
That
a thought.
would be-
I mean, it wouldn't
yeah.
probably cover everything,
Right.
but it basically sounds like they're providing the communication in the front end of that for a lot of the different
Programs, right.
program services that are offered.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's
That's
just a
something we
thought.
can look into, absolutely.
I mean, obviously, there still needs to be funds to pay in
Yes,
those other
yes.
departments, but just wondering if there could be a way to justify that, because to me, like, if there's a restaurant and, you know, the folks that are starting up the restaurant, and there's a need for some, you know, language and interpretation, seems like that could be something as part of the fee for service, but anyway.
And we do that in communications to a degree.
And environmental public health, if they require a translator for any of the inspections, then that is a cost to the department. I would have
But
to
it wouldn't
confirm
be
if
our
it's part of their
community.
calculations for the fee, but.
Anyway, it's just a thought, think about it a little bit differently. Or
Absolutely.
that they're basically, you know, the liaison to a lot of these other service areas and programs.
Sometimes.
Maybe not all of them, but for some of the ones that are doing that direct communication work. And building trust and relationship with different.
Well, and I have to say on the board, you know, Commissioner Kearns and I were kind of the only two that are left on the board that were there when we passed that resolution, and the passing the resolution was a statement to the community. It was never an intent to develop a department to this extent. Because it was about training. We had grant funding, I think, at the time, in addition to the small amount we had. That was to, you know, train our staff within the health district as to what that health equity looks like. And I think in the old strategic plan, the health equity that we talked about was how do we help bring more economic communities, you know, up so they don't go get checked. You know, if they have an issue that if they can go get, you know, diabetes, you're going and getting that routine checking. It wasn't quite the health equity that I think it has become versus the health equity of how do we bring up the health of our community.
And as We did discuss that last year during our budgeting sessions with the board. And if I recollect, it was the direction of the board that we needed to really try to find grant funding to support that health equity, and we have not yet been able to find grant funding to cover the cost of our health.
So I mean, so to me, those are just things that, again, those are things that are nice to have, not things that we have to have. I would want to be making sure that kind of using that health equity of how do we bring up the health of our community, as, you know, which is what a lot of the programs that we're doing. And the intent of the programs that we're doing, the grants that we're getting, is to bring up the health of our community and provide that equity there. So that's just what I guess I had envisioned it in the past and talked about for the future. And I know we had to make it, I mean, at one point pre-COVID, a tough decision to, you know, the grant funding was ending and the person was, you know, laid off. You know, pre-COVID with that. So that's where it's just, it is these hard decisions that we're all having as to what, you know, where do we go and how do we move forward?
You're absolutely right. I mean, as far as with COVID let us, with those extra dollars, let us have savings across the agency in areas that were local funded before or had, you know, needed some local dollars. And suddenly, you know, this revenue streams coming in that covers a lot of activities that we used to have to use local dollars for. And so it allowed us to have some of these robust programs through that pandemic area, absolutely. But now we're kind of right back now to where we're at with if everything's funding stream is similar, we've lost those COVID dollars. What we have remaining is ending in June, end of the month. So those programs that needed some local assistance are would still be asking for those, or maybe they didn't need the last couple of years.
And truly, you're absolutely right, because health equity, like I said, is at the core of the Tennessee Central Public Health Services. That means focusing on the health equity of our entire community. It's every individual's responsibility within health. And again, we do have expertise in our programming already. This is added expertise.
On this spreadsheet, we have to talk through all of the one-time questions on, but just some highlights. The administrative officer, I think you're aware, unable to be in our indirect cost pool, so it's the local dollar cost, as well as the legal costs that we have with the organization. And those are sometimes difficult to budget for, but we do try to plan appropriately. And then this $1,292,000 indirects, did want to point this out. We calculate what our indirect rate is based on who's in the indirect pool, and then what is our denominator, essentially all our programs that we can charge indirects. If either of those come in differently, then our rate would be different on what we actually calculated. So, for example, in this year, what occurred was that we did not spend as much as we anticipated in the indirect programs, and we had some additional funds, like the interest rate on our savings account was more, so we had less cost to cover on the indirects, and then the denominator stayed about the same, so we over collected. And because of the approved indirect rate that we get from Department of Health, we have to adjust our rate the following year, which it's every other year is the way it rolls out. So 23, we had to adjust 25. So this $1.2 million is a payback of an over collection of indirects. It's a much bigger swing than we would like to see on an annual basis. You know, we're never going to hit it perfect, but we have to reconcile the actuals. So this was a bit of an anomaly this year in 25. That we'll always have an adjustment. If we under collected, we can charge the federal programs following.
What's our rate at right now?
We have two rates, treatment services, because they're at a different facility than college. They're at 15.45%. So they pay for indirects for everything other than the facility. And then at college it's 24.43%. for all other programs at college. And so treatment services pays their facility cost actuals, what it is to run, but we give them a reduction on their indirect rates. So they're covering and paying for everybody else but facilities.
Cause we know the feds are looking at the indirect rate, you know, and what that's gonna be, which could be a further reduction. And I was lobbying with a couple of senators on that as to why. What it was really intended for to cover those indirect costs versus then if you're gonna change some of that, you gotta allow for direct costs to go to that grant versus the indirect costs. So, they've excluded some of the direct costs that becomes then part of the indirect cost rate. So anyway, so just.
Yeah, that's a big concern.
Yeah.
I definitely. The 2 CFR 200, the federal guidance, finally moved the indirect rate. A de minimis used to be 10%, and now they've moved it to 15. So I could do nothing and just charge 15 across the board and not get this approved rate, do the reconciliation, but we're limited to 15. So for them to drop it to 15, I know where the 15 is coming from. It's just, you know, we have universities that get up in the 45% rate. So I think that's probably where they're really wanting to adjust it down. We haven't had a overall really high rate, but we've always been above the de minimis 10 or 15. That would be a big impact.
Yeah. I think that's something we, we can solve, gotta be paying attention to, see, so.
This employee benefit, oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
Jessica, quick question. So in the big picture, I see the total funding at the bottom.
Yes.
Then there's the 4.93, which is the local plus the state allocation, right?
Yes, correct.
And then the foundational, is that shown in here anywhere?
It is not. It's part of the spreadsheets, spreadsheet that was sent previous. So there'd be columns to the right that would show which programs get the foundational. I have a big copy here
Okay.
if you're interested.
Okay.
But yeah, that's so. It's so big to print.
And just,
But that's the 6036.
so does the 57 point something, does that include the,
It does, that VHS.
it's just not reflected on this particular spreadsheet?
Correct. Yeah, and I'm more than happy to give everybody big copies or electronically send it.
Sent it electronically?
Yes, the
Okay.
one I sent to Jeff and everyone.
Guess I'm around again.
The only thing I did different is I've added comments.
Okay.
And so for printing purposes for
Yeah.
today's discussion,
Got it.
but you could definitely see on the total here, I have FPHS and it was 6
If you
million,
sent it all this together.
6060, yeah.
Basically,
Thank
any,
you. I don't
anywhere,
like big data.
I didn't think you'd want that.
anywhere where you see a blank.
Yeah.
For local dollars, county and state, and that blank, that means there's another column out here somewhere that
They're
is
funded
covering that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. That-
Should have asked if I could bring something to put on the screen or if that was helpful. So the employee benefits, the 315 budget that we have there, just for everyone's awareness, when we have employees separate from the district, we have, you know, payouts of vacation or sick at 25% if they've been with the district 7 years or more. And so we have to kind of estimate what that would be, but it's ineligible to bill to the grantors. So although they're grant funded employees while they're working on the grant, separation costs are not eligible. So we have to forecast and pay with local dollars. So that's what the 315 is for the year. And that's a pretty light budget because we're at 275 the prior year and kind of ebbs and flows. And then I know there was some questions, a little bit highlighted on infant toddler and ESIT on the second page. Why there's 94,000 and 49,000 for indirects. And I just want to point out, these two programs have the grantor limits our indirects to 10%. So we do have a gap. However, the 16,792,456 that's in the middle of kind of those two calculations, we're able to hold back on page 2. 16 million, we're able to hold back 5% of the for indirects. So we're getting about $800,000 on that 16 million, which more than covers the 94 and the 46. So the trade-off is that we get 800,000 in indirects and we give 130 in. Which is the way those are funded. And then, of course, third page, we have data center. And they have been, they're diligent in getting contracts from others to do work, but it's usually specific work for another outside agency. But that offsets some of their costs, and then they have FPHS funding, but they still have a local dollar need of $729, because you'll see we have 7 research scientists, as well as a program manager and an assistant, so, or assistant.
And
This
this
is a
is,
large program.
this is our 2025 budget. We have not started our 2026 budget. I'm not sure. We don't know what will the need.
Correct. And then the last one highlighted is our HIV STI program. We have 12 different funding streams for that program. It's very similar statements of work, but overall it does not cover the full cost of program manager in that program. So we historically needed to support that as well. Oh, yes, yes. And so currently that program manager position is vacant, and we're working through managing that in the interim, because we did receive CDC reductions for 2 programs within this HIV program, or 2 funding streams within HIV STI that ended May 31st. We have a contract with Department of Health, but they put in 0 as the contracted amount, because they have not gotten confirmation if they will have funding, and then if so, what's the amount. So we've had to do some adjustments to staffing to work in the other programs that we do have funding in the short.
Thank you for the way you filled this out. It was very helpful.
Probably from the budget guy, right? This budget guy. And I'm happy to resend it to the whole group again, if that's helpful. Printing is never fun with these nice workbooks, but.
On the health equity piece, that's interesting. I'm seeing this for the first time. That's not board member, that it's gonna be a separate department, or at least treated that way budgetarily. So would you say that having some of those specialized expertises helps you improve the health of the whole community by recognizing there are, your point about know your audience, there's kind of certain sub audiences where some specialized communication or knowledge helps bring that up?
Right, and because this is funded through discretionary funds, there's no statement of work that's attached to their work, so they're not limited. They're able to go out and participate in outreach programs, and like they were at the policy forum last January before last. And so they're able to just go out into the communities more, and they have more flexibility.
Or the fee you were talking about, fees, would that be like a separate column also?
It's
Elsewhere, okay.
It's down the line. You
I
want.
might follow this out.
I will send it, but yes, environmental public health, we do cost recovery, and we're not looking to make a profit, but we do monitor the fees collected versus the expenses, and if there's a surplus that goes into our assigned reserve, and we utilize those funds the following year, so that that's our fees as much as possible, but we fully anticipate an increase. Because we're utilizing almost everything. We're anticipating to utilize the assigned reserve for APH this year.
And our food safety fees haven't gone up since 2012.
I noticed that as I'm just looking at your spreadsheet, one thing that kind of jumped out at me, it's not a local or state funded thing, but under the HIV program, you got COVID-19 vaccine services. Is that something you see? I don't.
Oh, yeah, that's.
I don't see who funds it. That must be out on the spreadsheet.
Federal ending June.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is that something you see going away? Okay.
And it was the last annual allocation was about 167,000,
Yeah.
which we did not anticipate. And so we used it we're diligent for, yeah, not for staffing, but more for education and so forth, because they said, hey, it's extending another year, which we were not anticipating for June of 24. And then we didn't want to put positions into that, knowing it may be pulled, and so it's officially ending. And in fact, I think we spent all the 89,000, I think is what's left. But we fully expected to spend that. And there was a question, I did jot that down, kind of overall what it has, COVID did to our budget. So in 2019, the agency overall was $36 million budget. We're at 57 now, for 2025. And, to give you some context on kind of activities that occurred at the health district in that time period. But from 2019, we went from 36 million to 44 million. And then 21, we went from 44 million to 49. And then we actually went down by 2 to 47, been 50 and then 53 million. But our swing was definitely 2019 to 2020, from 36 to 44. We did have a big influx of COVID dollars. A lot of it did cover activities we were already doing well. And so that again helped us preserve local dollars, which you'll see that the prior 2 years we put away funds to our unassigned funds. It didn't have to, we didn't end up at zero or actually dip into reserves to finish the year, and that's because of those COVID dollars.
Well, and that was like Spokane County put in $10 million of our CARES dollars
Yes.
to the health district. So I mean, it wasn't the state providing it or the feds, it was the county
Yes.
through our program, not having to go out to other things and making sure we.
Thank you very much. And it helped us do windows and roof specifically at the health district.
Well, then that was the.
Oh, the ARPA, yeah, I'm sorry, that was ARPA afterwards.
So, yeah. So no, but I mean, I think that's the, from 19 to 20, you know, that $10 million difference basically was the county $10 million from CARES dollars. To ensure that we're doing what we needed to do for the health and safety of our community.
Generous, weren't we?
Just gotta take care of people.
Any other questions?
Yeah, we love direction. I mean, certainly that's why we're here, and we concur with the budget situation that we're all in, so.
The
We haven't begun our budget cycle, it starts July.
Right, that's why we're having these discussions now, and then we'll come back and have more discussions on it to let you know.
Oh, I was just gonna say your analogy of plastic or glass or crystal platters. We maybe need to look at Dixie,
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate you being here.
Yeah, but you got a nice job.
Yes.
Thank
So,
you.
And also thank you to the others who moved their time.
So we thought, Mary, we'd go to the campus infrastructure while the members.
Good.
But Deanna, we'd like to join.
Oh, is this the update? Is this the?
This is not
Oh,
the
no.
one, not our tracking, that number looks small.
So Deanna just happened to be in town today from Pacifica, our bond council. And not that you necessarily are gonna be doing any bonding today, but I know she's here. And as we kind of talk through the general fund and campus infrastructure, the one piece we would at least like some partial decision on today, if possible, would be the boilers. We have already spent between $3.5 and $4 million. And general fund balance is just paying it right now. So we would like some direction on which funding you would like to move, so we can start applying it to the correct account. And then if you just start at the top of the sheet, you see the 33 million, it is an estimate. I think it's pretty close The auditor's office is still finishing up the last 24 transactions. We don't have our more current year end. Historically, to the boilers, you had talked between 10 and 12 million of general fund. When we talked 35 million total nut to solve on here. So you talked roughly a third. We plugged in 10 million there. At the bottom in the big red circle, this is just a cut and paste. That's why it's completely formatted differently. The final ARP swaparoos, for a technical term, that we did at the end of 2024. There were some funds that came back due to groups that hadn't fully spent. Some was just a reclassification of indirects, because as things went to general fund dollars, the indirects were being held. We did pull a new interest, so that interest is within the last week or so. The 2.9 million is committed by resolution to Broadlink. So the 2.4 is the remaining interest. The indirects that were left, and then you dig back in your memory, remember we had categories 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. When we got all done, there's also about $10 million available that is now general fund. We've not moved it. It's still sitting in the ARP accounts, or the grant account where it was received to. So boilers specifically, we could move ARP funds, we could move unrestricted funds. Or you guys want to look behind curtain number 3 that I don't have to present to you, but if you know something, I have a great idea. We would like some direction on at least how to pay the bills that are coming in. And then there has been talk around possible bonding of this. So we thought, I don't know if that's where we're going to go, but since Deanna was here anyway, thought we set the table that way.
So the funds that we were going to be investing into Monroe Court for the prosecutor and the 13th judge and all that, is that line item that says other campus capital needs $4 million, or?
No, sir.
So where is that number at?
That is in our 2025 budget. You have 3.3 million total for all campus.
Okay.
2 million of it is earmarked for a prosecutor, Monroe Court.
Third floor.
Third floor, pulling the IT. We're talking everything inclusive.
Okay, so as long as it's somewhere, that's all.
This would be additional needs that come forward every year. Also kind of, in my mind, is all encompassing of the sheriff vehicle discussion, which was not put in this year's budget. But it could be anything from the roof on the courthouse building itself, where we talked about doing just the flat membrane, going up a little bit, salvaging some more tiles that could be used to fix and replace, to just, if water comes through a bathroom onto a floor below, which has happened in here before, happened over at public safety recently, any of those.
The bathroom, take an umbrella.
But generally speaking, we have 2 or 3 million every year in a campus facility.
So what is your latest wisdom with the deductibility of municipal funds?
As of right now, given the time frame, there is a bill moving through the House, as you are all aware. It was adopted by the Senate, and it does not revoke or modify at all taxes and financing for local governments.
Okay.
So that is, knock on wood, the best case scenario we could have expected in terms of financing for local governments. There are some provisions that impact tax credits and other energy projects, but in terms of your bread and butter financing for council government improvements, there are no impacts directly. There may be indirect, the value of the investor and so on and so forth, but there's not the doomsday scenario that I think some of us were on the back burner of revoking it altogether.
And the marketability of those bonds in this market is?
Deals are going forward, refundings are going forward as well. So the market is volatile. I will tell you, it does change day to day. But from the kind of increase that we saw a couple months ago, it has, again, knock on wood, settled down and things are moving along. Interest rates are higher than they were at historic lows that they've been for a very long time, but they are back in at least in the position where refundings are working, so that's all good news.
So, one last question. So if we were to go out to the market and bond for the boilers, since it's kind of a really a bread and butter kind of a project and that's. What do you think is a reasonable range for interest rates? Not that I'm going to hold it to you, but we are recording.
I was going to
Just-
say-
No, I'm just curious as to where you think the market is plus or minus right now.
I was going to say, since for many reasons, as well as because we are recording, I am not a municipal advisor, I am
Right.
bond counsel. But I will say that the range of what we are seeing on other more bread and butter types of financings are within the, 4-ish percentage ballpark. But I will say that, again, with all the disclaimers in the world, but that is 4-ish, 5-ish, we're putting in not to exceed amounts of 5 or 6% in delegation ordinances, so or resolutions, so it's still in that space.
I did forget one piece of my table setting. The other piece we talked about for boilers would be an internal loan. Either from the treasurer or from our own general fund. That could be another option. You do have door number 3.
Yeah, so when, it's been probably 6 months since we reviewed this, that's why we wanted to get it back in front of you, but 35-ish, 36-ish million is our need for capital for the infrastructure. We had discussed using that 10 million of ARP. It's a little bit less than 10.4 right now because there were some a couple of the projects that the commissioners made some decisions to invest in, but just call it $10 million. So at 10 million ARPs, that's one of the things that we talked about, using those dollars towards the campus infrastructure. If we use 10 of fund balance, that's why I want to show it on here, leaves about 15. And yes, the other one was doing some sort of maybe internal borrowing against future REIT. And we've got the capacity that we can show how much of that REIT one is committed on an ongoing basis, how much is free. Do some sort of combination of using REIT dollars and energy savings to pay this back. We'll also have some offsets with City of Spokane in an increased lease payment from them for their percentage participation based on square footage. So we don't need to solve on those other two because that's another year. I think we pay these things in one-third tranches, but trying to get some idea from the commissioners. Are you comfortable making a decision to dedicate the ARP remaining dollars towards the boilers? And are you comfortable with identifying 10 million of our unrestricted fund balance to go towards the boilers as well? This gives you a pretty good list of the various
How much are the boilers?
35 boilers and all of our electric switch panels and stuff, all that switch gear, total about 35 million. It's a combination of both of those.
How much? I mean, we just talked about, we spent some already on, so how much that's.
Well, we spent 3.8, but it's just, we need to actually put it to an actual account and get the accounting correct then. But we're at 3.8 right now for give or take.
The contract was about 35 million that the commissioners approved. So part of this is identifying sources that you want to use for it, and the other one is just recognizing that there are some bills coming through that once we identify the sources, we'll start paying those bills, or we've already paid the bill, we're just transferring out there.
I think that would be helpful as you're doing this to say, here's what the original amount was, and here's how much we funded so far, and now we're looking for how are we gonna fund the rest of it? Because again, this doesn't.
Well, we actually haven't funded any of it. We've just been paying the bills because it was authorized to start. There's not an account yet. So we're just paying from fund balance.
Right, so, but at least that lets us know how much is already coming out of fund balance unless we decide to bond or. And. And is that? You know, yeah, that 3.5 or whatever it is, you know, out of the 33.
The 33 was not included.
So see, that's where it's like, those are the things we need to know as we're making decisions on it.
And I would ignore the 3 million right now. It's confusing. We just want to focus on the 35, how we're gonna solve the $35 million. That's really it. So I'm having Gina print off something for you really quick, so you can kind of see what what we've talked about in terms of financing things in the past.
If by some miracle we made a decision today, how long would it take to get to market?
If we do a public sale, I would say we could have it to market and close within 2 or 3 months. So relatively quickly.
Okay.
Yes, and then
By the end of summer.
yes, for sure, and then a private placement faster.
Okay.
And then the question is, how much does that really cost?
For cost of issuance.
Yes,
and
because
all
there's the cost of issuance and all of that, as well as then what we think would be the interest rate better. Versus if we did something internal against REIT. I mean, those are the things that we need to have those numbers identified and kind of option 1, 2, and 3. So we actually know what decision we're making.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. We're trying to feel out what even the realm of those options would be.
And we have covered ourselves. Scott, I believe last year signed a declaration of intent. So if we change our mind and decide to bond later in the process, we can pay ourselves back for any of these costs that we've already incurred. So we do have that option available to us as well, if circumstances drastically change.
I just clarify, because I stepped out a second, so you're wondering about 10 million from fund balance.
That's just numbers. These are numbers we've heard thrown out or ideas that we've heard thrown out about possible usage of general fund unrestricted balance. And then we quantify them. Like I called each of the 5 ITs. I reached out to the appropriate people. When we talk about Aumentum, we used to say 8 million. Talking with Tom Conis last week, he said the price is up to about 10 there. You know, the risk liability is a new thing that just raised its head a couple of weeks ago. Workday we've discussed previously. So last time general fund unrestricted balance came up, we were all kind of talking conceptually different things. So I was trying to capture, if I've missed something, please let me know. I'm trying to capture the ideas that I've heard thrown against general fund conceptually. And if we did all of them, where are we at against our actual bank account? And at the bottom is just a reminder, it's not ARP anymore, but as a result of all of our year-end closing of ARP, there is another roughly 10 million. The balance would be for the Newman Lake, the cameras on campus, the language access. The little scholars actually came out of mental health, so it was separate. That you'll recall that discussion at the end would be kind of the balance. So it's about 10 million there.
And does that include those things or not? With Newman Lake.
Those things would come out of this 10,466, but it's a little under 400,000 worth of stuff.
That total.
But they're not
list.
removed yet.
They're not
from
removed
this.
yet. That's why we're saying 10 million.
Yeah.
Don't round up to 10.5, round down to 10.
Yeah.
Because of those other pieces we need to move. We're just kind of waiting for some direction on the 10 to kind of maybe move more stuff once we get into that account. Because we didn't, you know, it'll be moved into the appropriate accounts in Workday. with, we also done the whole accounting switch.
So we have in front of you, this was what we had presented to the commissioners in advance of you signing and approving the contract. Just so you have some ideas on how we could fund it, get you comfortable with how we were potentially funding it. So at the time, total project cost up in the upper left corner, 35.8 million. We had identified potentially 10 million in the ARP, which is what we're talking about, potentially 10 million in fund balance. The joint use agreement with City of Spokane is based on their square footage use of the space and the portions of the upgrades attributable to those spaces, which is, you can see down below, it's about $3.5 million. That will likely be one that comes over time through a lease payment. Jeff and I have met with the City of Spokane. We'll probably agree or recommend that the board agree with a lease increase commensurate with the useful life of an asset. So that wouldn't be upfront, that would be over a period of time, but it's still dollars that we can count on into the future. So that left on here about 12.2 in unidentified remaining funds. We just call it debt, bonds, internal borrowing, something like that.
So you're anticipating keeping them inside the building then?
Anticipating.
One time we talked about not separating that agreement.
You mean the City of Spokane?
Yeah.
This anticipates them staying. But another decision to put on there.
And it anticipates us wanting to keep them.
It would do that as well.
Okay.
Correct. So if you look at then the debt, how would it be serviced? There's a couple different ways. At the time, it was run out that a 20-year loan on this would be about $894,000 in debt service. We project to have $550,000 in annual savings after year 4. So we need to come up with $344,000. So over on the right column, the identification of potentially REIT 1 as a funding source for it. You can see that we have about 3.6 in annual revenue, and our current commitments against the REIT 2 have multi-year debt services, fairgrounds debt, scraps, and the small arms range. So it identifies that we do have remaining capacity to be able to service the debt net of even service the debt not net of energy savings. So this was just kind of a global picture to have in front of you as to the options to be able to fund the infrastructure project, which then led back to Jeff's request. Is there some comfort today in, yes, on the ARP, the remaining $10-ish million towards the infrastructure, and then kind of wrapped in the fund balance conversation, the unrestricted fund balance. These are potential uses of that unrestricted fund balance. It shows there are needs in there, and we don't have other funding sources right now. So 10 million would also be towards the boilers, if that's the route that the commissioners want to take. Clear as mud.
I think I was tracking.
Tessa said, like, say you put the 10 million, I'll call it because of ARP, it's not ARP, towards it, and that's what we're paying bills for. If in the future you went out to a bond or something else, we could replace that. We are looking for something today versus just our fund balance to be putting these bills against as they come in.
Need to keep thinking about it because it's a big number, big decision. But it makes sense to me that the because of ARP is the most logical place to start. And then I'm still just thinking about what's the right balance between fund balance and bonding. And not quite sure how to answer that for myself right this moment. But on the ARP, because of ARP, other than the items you listed, Jeff, we have not specifically talked about any other demands on that.
Last year, it was always talked about as potential for this, for the boilers.
Right.
And for a while, it was talked about Monroe Court, went a different way with Monroe Court purchase, and so this became boilers was the basic conversation.
Well, were we also talking about using those funds as in case we had some cost overruns with regard to Plants Ferry or Camas Meadows or any of those others, or do you have another source of funds identified for any budget overruns?
Well, we did get $1 million in the state budget. Senator Riccelli at the fourth district was a big part of that. And then the
But we had
board
to match
committed
that.
to a match from REIT, but we have that in our REIT fund balance.
Okay,
We have several sources to help with that.
okay,
But we also
Well,
have a lot
Tex
of
is
it in
another one.
the, yeah.
okay.
So we do have 2 million of any cost overrun. So this will be the last one for this phase that Plants Ferry covered. The state money was specific to Plants Ferry. To finish that set of 3 lit artificial turf fields.
Maybe you just start with because of ARP billing against that until we kind of hone in on the right decision for the other two sources. That's just an idea.
And I think cash flow wise, that is an appropriate choice for now. I think we're kind of expecting an initial blip and then we'll have some more bills this year, but we won't have another large cash blip indicated until next year when we go to order more of the capital equipment.
Sorry. At one point, Gil had the kind of math on the basically maintenance savings, right? There's cost savings and then there's maintenance savings. That's just a savings into the future, right? On a reduced expenses. It doesn't necessarily help us in the financing of the project, correct?
Separate than the energy credits, correct?
I believe
Yes.
I believe the number you're seeing here, and we'll double check, is a combination of both of those things. But we'll double check.
Yeah, we'll double check.
But yes, it would be into the future. And our expectation is we see it, right? We saw just with, I know these are different here, but we've heard when the health district alone, when they put new windows in their building down here, they had a substantial reduction in energy usage. So we're doing some of those things in Public Works building right now to give us a chance to see what sort of improvements we're experiencing, but we'll double check. I think that, I know it says average energy savings on here, but I know the analysis that our engineer did looked at both those maintenance and savings. I just can't remember if they're line number.
Thought there was some energy savings that were done by the audit. That they're basically guaranteed through that process, but then Gil had a separate analysis that said we'll save on the anticipated expenses of the phase boilers over time, which was 2 separate analysis as I recall. But I don't know what that number is.
Dust it off.
Okay.
And I think you're right. Not only the maintenance, but also the operations of not having a physical person that has to kind of sit next to these old boilers. They were talking about sort of automation or being able to control it from a different location, not necessarily right there, twisting knobs is kind of how I imagine how it's done today.
Wizard of Oz behind the
Yeah,
curtain.
yeah. I guess my question, so is this what you guys recommend for us? I assume this was presented to us because you support this method?
I think is a logical way to go at it. I don't think I have a dog in the fight. It's really, we need to get to $35 million. I don't know there is a right and a wrong.
Okay.
It's just a decision that needs to be.
Which is why we need kind of the different options on how we fund it to know what the cost is of.
Total cost with debt service included.
Right.
Such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a cost to doing all of that
Correct.
versus there's only a 5-year option to do self-finance it through the treasurer's office if we use the treasurer's office. So that's only a
You have a
5-year
time limit on interest.
versus a bond can be a longer term. So I guess that's, part of what we got to figure out.
I was thinking this conversation would lead us to what those options might be, and we could really bring it back. And is there a will to, say, at least up to 5 million of because of ARP funds that we'd put towards it now, even if they're replaced in the future? That can wait too. We have the rest of the year, we can make journal adjustments.
Well, I think it'd be helpful if
Nice to know.
if we at least got some direction on the ARP stuff. I know there's multiple ways that we can finance, so we could go and take a loan out of the sewer fund too and keep that interest in-house, and then we're not subject to the 5 years, but we'd want to work with Deanna on that one as well. Excuse me, but at least getting some direction on the ARP, because we know that's hanging out there, and that allows some budget amendments to be done and journal entries to be done internally, and get the allocations out to Newman Lake and the other stuff that was done, yeah.
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem saying that's the temporary place. You know, because if we do choose to bond, we can go back to that. I mean, so there's still a lot of, you know, balls in the air on this, you know, so it's like, but as capacity right now, that's feeling CIC.
I guess to the question is this what we're recommending? This would be the not bond on in the market option. So that's what we're trying to solve on. Can we afford this with sources of funds internally without having to go to the market for a bond? If the commissioner's desire is to go to the market to bond, then we've got sources of repayments that we can point to on it. But this could be we don't need to go to the market. We've got sources of funds internally, both in terms of cash and debt service in the future.
I think I would recommend we, at least at this point, be charging against the because of ARP money for a recommendation. You want to put a cap on it at 5 or 6 million. You want to leave a little bit of squish and not go all the way up to the 10-ish that's left after the other things are general entered. I think that'd be nice to have a account to actually bill against. It can be, if a decision was made to go out to bonds eventually, it could be reimbursed if so chose.
So. I mean, I guess this gets back to you were saying, don't worry about the 3.5 million, but it's like, we're at 3.5 million right now, right? And how much do we anticipate? I think you said it, but I don't remember now. How much do you anticipate that we're gonna be at before the end of the year?
Less than 10.
So you want to see like a payment before our payment schedule was, we anticipated it was like 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 over each year. I think we have something a lot more defined to that. We can show you what our expected uses of funds are.
Well, I'm just, yeah, because I'm trying to figure out when do we have to make a decision? We kind of keep pushing this down, but we keep asking for more info. And so it's like, I would say, gonna use up to 5 million because we need to make a decision is what we're gonna do. And continue to just kick it down and say we're gonna use all 10, if that's what we need to be for the end of the year. It's like, we've got to make these decisions because these decisions then are gonna be basing how we make decisions on
Other budget stuff.
other budget stuff. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, so we kind of have to solve on this like soon.
And just to add to the matrix here, there's a time period for when you can go back and reimburse and for how long you have a reimbursement period. So we're in a nice place right now where there's plenty of time going forward. So if you decide to issue bonds this year or later, the expenditures are just occurring now. But there is a window, like a nice sweet spot of when the funds can be reimbursed. And it depends on when the expenditures occur, what type of expenditures they are, when the place and service date is. There's a whole analysis that goes into it, and that's what we can think about. So it has to be a decision at some point. And then if you decide to go with a interfund loan, the 3 years is generally the safe harbor for an interfund loan. So that's another about.
So, which is part of why we need to have these, you know, all laid out as to what it looks like and what the cost options are and how soon it has to be paid back and what our
right
opportunities are to pay it back.
Appreciate the need to look at the opportunity cost of all of the different options. But the other part of this equation is what's the risk factor to the general fund? And with so many things changing, I would almost rather just bond out the boilers and some of the other improvements there and hang on to cash because, you know, just like what last week, we had a $4.6 million hit we didn't anticipate. And how many of those hits are we gonna take before the end of the year? And we're not even at mid-year yet. So, I mean, that's an easy one to bond out and stretch out over time, reduce our payments and carry. I mean, it's a 40, 50-year asset. I mean, even if you only bond it for 20 to 30 years, you're still ahead of the game. So, but I'm just really uncomfortable with how many more shoes are gonna drop on us before the end of the year.
Not this year, but next year and the year after.
Sure, the year after that, I mean, we already.
Unfortunately, the legislature meets every year.
Yeah.
Well, that's one reason we wanted to kind of just show you monetized thoughts. It sounds like a lot of money, but at the government scale, when you start putting price tags to it, it goes a lot quicker.
Yeah, well, and going to the treasury, going to the treasurer is great for short-term issues, but it's a long-term asset. We ought to be financing it through long-term debt as opposed to short-term.
We just need to know what that cost is and
Yes.
be able
Yeah.
to justify why we're doing that versus. Yeah, because I agree. I mean, that's why I don't even want to say we're gonna use all 10 million of our ARP. We need to make a decision sooner than that to decide
So,
what we're doing.
so I just want to make sure we're clear on what you would like to see back from us.
I'd like to see somebody else pay for this.
I'll buy you a lotto ticket.
You left it open, Scott. You left it wide
I
open.
did. I walked right into it. Nope.
So if you want you want to.
That is what we look at.
You want like 100% bond option, a 50% and a no, like kind of the two bookends or something in the middle.
Bond it, we're gonna bond 100%. I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense not to.
Yeah.
You know, which then frees up cash for other things that are coming down the road. But I think it's like, so yes, so it's, what's our REIT capacity to pay it back on a 100% bond? You know, if we choose to buy down at, you know, $500,000 of ARP or the 10 million of ARP, I mean, that's gonna be, but then it's also the option of the treasurer's office and the option of the interfund loan. And yeah, within each one, we're gonna have to go, if we buy some of that down, what does it do?
We can throw that together. And one thing just to be thinking about, Scott, Tess and I have kind of batted it around and haven't come up with a thought ourselves. But what is that sweet spot that you'd like to always have the fund balance, unrestricted fund balance at? You know, remember we have our 2 months that we keep in place. We have our committeds and restricteds to things we've obligated to. But, you know, do we never want to dip below 5 or 10, except in the case of an extreme emergency? Is it higher? And so just not like you just want to have you guys start thinking about that question so we can manage towards that.
Looking for a magic number, I'm 15. I've been to the 5 and 10. And then the bond market, if you get into a tight bond market, they look at you and they squint, they go, hey, you guys aren't really covered and stuff. So I'd rather be at 15 and comfortable than 10 and sweating.
But we already have our 2.5 months.
Yeah.
We do have our 2.5 months, which we used to not have.
What does 2.5 months equal out to?
50 million, give or take.
But what percentage? Is that?
Percentage.
Above that.
But, you said above that. I was looking at the minimum.
This would be just the unrestricted.
Okay.
We have our 2 months.
2 months operating.
Then we're fine.
But I don't ever want to see our unrestricted get down too low either.
I don't either.
You don't have any opportunities for those items that come up that you don't have.
One-time opportunities, one-time hits.
Yeah, that's what we're laying this out. That's what we're laying this out for. I mean, unrestricted fund balance is to plan for the unanticipated things or the one-timers that we know is not going to come up. The reserves are, I mean, major economic downturn sort of things, but this right here, the intent is to show you, here's what we know. In the next couple years are likely gonna be some demands or uses of the unrestricted fund balance if we're not able to solve it within our operating budgets, and we're pretty certain we're not gonna solve it with our operating budgets, because we already know we have projected deficits there. So, but yes, we don't know what a magic number is either, it's just it's there for these types of reasons.
Well, in a normal market, you don't have the opportunity to grow that unrestricted fund. Like, I mean, we've been spoiled, quite frankly, here over the last 5 or 6 years with CARES money and ARP money and IFA and everything else. I mean, you don't go through the whole damn alphabet, but that ain't gonna continue and stuff. And so the ability to grow that fund is gonna be very, very difficult, so.
And we had sales tax revenue that was higher than we anticipated, so
Yeah,
we were able.
That was a one-time
to bank that.
switch of.
Yeah.
So-
Now we're at the opposite.
And the commissioners have done a swimmingly good job of taking and parking those dollars into a reserve so that we are positioned well to be able to absorb on some of these things. So it was a,
What we haven't reserved for is capital. You know, we talked about
Nope,
trying
we
to have
haven't.
a capital reserve fund and all of that. And, you know, but then how do you replenish it and all of that? And so it's like, you know, so I mean, that's one thing we haven't done, which is kind of what our unrestricted reserve fund is. So it's,
Is there,
I would like to see though, kind of a footnote as to, you know, how far you can go back. What the timeframe is of going back to recapture all the costs.
The reimbursement declaration signed, so we have that in place, and so it's usually an 18-month window of when the expenditures occur, unless there's a later place in service date. So just expenditures are happening now, we have until basically the end of next year. So it's a good chunk of time, but it just depends.
If you've already spent some.
It depends on when those expenditures
it's all in
occur.
this calendar year?
Yeah.
So we just need to have the start date as to when.
Timeline of that.
Yes, just so we're aware.
So I've heard 2 people up to 5 million of the because of ARP for current bills. Do I hear a third on that one?
Who are the 2 people that said yes?
I heard Commissioner Jordan throw out and I heard Commissioner
Oh,
Huey say up to 5 million.
We need to make it.
For current time, it could be reimbursed.
I mean, I don't want to get to,
Okay. I just
Same.
missed the moment.
yeah, I don't want to get to the point where we're at $10 million saying that all of our P capacity is gone because we allowed up to 10 million, which is 1/3.
Yeah.
So it's like, let's get this stuff back to us soon so we can make a decision.
So I guess, so what you're saying is up to 5 million, and then we could, once we get the
Within that
information
18-month
back,
window.
when we get the information back on the bonding, the cost of different lengths, we could go back and capture that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
So
fine with
so
that.
the 5 million can go back against the bonds if we choose to do that. We could choose to go the full 10 million. But
I'm
we don't
okay
have
with-
enough information to make a decision today, so I'm just saying that at least it gives them an opportunity to park it.
It's temporary until
Yes,
somebody makes it permanent or changes it.
and we still have the time frame within the year to change. Because we may say we're not gonna use any of it out of ARP when we have the next discussion and it's gonna come out of something else.
Okay with that understanding.
So we had scheduled a 12 to 1 lunch break.
Yes. It's now less than that.
One last question. How many are planning on attending next? We had put on a budget meeting hold for next Monday. Then the governor's coming to town for the North-South Freeway. We assumed many of you would want to be there. Is that assumption correct? 10 a.m. next Monday, Governor Ferguson, local dignitaries, DOT, something on the North-South corridor. And if more than 3 of you are going, 3 or more, we need Gina to do a notice.
shouldn't need
Why
to.
not?
Going.
No, you're not doing business, you're not making decisions. You don't need to notice those, but we would need to move our meeting.
I think we'd probably move Monday meetings.
Right.
I was gonna be there.
Okay.
I was
I think we're all probably gonna be there.
We all got the invite.
Do you guys want to do something in the afternoon or push it off to the following?
We. I think we would like the afternoon.
We would like the afternoon.
Pretty much every Monday.
People are available.
Already have,
I mean, I've already scheduled, so
we got the. Yeah, ready at 2:30.
I think I have a doctor's.
I'll be here if you need me.
Josh will be here to slash it, but.
But I would like to be out.
Also, I'm gonna close the budget next week.
Uh-oh.
By the time we're back.
Very little heartburn. I don't do it, guys.
We'll plan on canceling the morning. Sounds like we might have some challenges with the afternoon. We can look out in the future for some more opportunities also. Do we want to take a pause now till
1:00.
till 1 o'clock? Okay. I'll let the chair do it officially.
Just looking at like when other times we. It's like calendars get busy with other things.
Are you saying we're too broke to provide lunch for our?
Okay, so
Just gonna have a adjourn. till 1 o'clock?
What are we doing?
we're just gonna continue. the meeting.
Recessing till 1 o'clock.
We're recessing until 1:00 and we'll continue at 1:00. Is everybody got it?
We'll see.
And she's worked in nonprofits, she's worked in security, she has a degree in
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome back to our June 2nd, 2025 strategic planning meeting. It is 1:08 and we are back in from our recess from this morning. And I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff McCormick.
So you will recall last week, give or take, we talked about the actuary finding and our risk liability account and the fact it's going the wrong direction. Fund balance after anticipated needs to it. So we have Dan with risk management and Ashley here. You guys had talked about the 49% rate increase overall, which would bring us back up to at least covering anticipated this year's expenses and adding roughly $250,000 to the fund balance at the end of the year. So it would move us a little bit in the right direction. If you are looking at in the relative near term, going to a truly self-insured county, we need to be adding more. I don't think that's what we're talking about right now, but this would at least change the trajectory from downward to upward. So with that, let Dan and Ashley talk about this, and then
I think we were just back, you had asked to see the actual numbers, so the budget department put these numbers together for you guys that show you the 2025 rates that are being charged to the department, and then if we were to take the 49% increase, that would get us to just about break even, and to Jeff's point, still not moving up. But that's what those numbers look like by department on that increase. So we're just here to answer any additional questions that you might have for us.
this is one we are recommending, the 49. The actuary came in at a 0 just for a bookend at 49, and then I believe it was 62 or 63. There.
Yeah, 63 would be the break even.
Can you define some even?
So we have our,
With actuary.
so we have our goal, right, on that previous slides that we had where it showed the line, we have those green zones, which are the target range that we want to be in for the 1 in 20 year or the 2 in 20 year event. And that bottom 1 in 20 of that section is where we would like to be, right? So coming in at that 63% increase gets us to the bottom of that. So it doesn't get us in the middle of it. It doesn't get us to the middle of the 2 in 20 year event. It just kind of gets us to the very bottom of that one.
So if there's a really bad situation and the county is liable, we'll have enough adequate reserves to cover that in our liability. That's great.
Yeah, it would be, yeah, that's a better way to kind of explain it, is that we would be in there for a 1 in 20 year event. So if we had one event that was going to hit us hard, risk would be able to handle that lift, right? With the reserves. Currently, we're sitting so low that if we had a real heavy hit outside of just our general idea of what we're going to spend in our claims, something above, you know, we have some litigation coming up and stuff that we've talked about wide open. But if we were to be hit hard with that, we would be here asking for money. So.
All based on projections, actuarial projections. The additional 4.9 million gets us into a more comfortable area to be able to absorb some of these things, but we don't know until they resolve. So they're all projection based. Nothing here says 4.9 million additional is the right number. It's just a recommendation from our actuary.
So where do you come up with 4.9? Because this is actually closer to 3.
Look on the back of it. So there's it's a 2-sided sheet. One is your general fund, one is your other
There's
fund.
always more.
There's always one.
Grand total.
The difference between, yeah.
But
the
we're
difference-
saving money printing on both sides of that paper, so.
White out.
The difference between the two grand totals is about the 4.9 million rounded.
Can someone remind me, is this like a one-time catch up and then it goes back down?
If you want to get to that 2 in 20, which would be between the 1 20-year event and 2 20-year events in the same year. This would get us to the very, very bottom, so we'd probably need another one.
When it's also dependent upon what we settle and what claims we pay. So depending upon what happens, this fund can run dry faster or slower. And so they use previous years to model this, but it just completely depends upon what claims we get, how many we get, and how many we're having to pay for ourselves.
That's why we did the exec session going through all the outstanding litigation. So,
Getting us into that green zone helps those dips and valleys. It levels those out a little bit so they're not so drastic. You know,
So for 27's budget. This would be creating a kind of new normal. So it complicates the deficit projection going out. It's not just a one-time outlay. Okay.
if claims come in under, it could trend down, of course, or the opposite could also happen.
You know, without having the crystal ball of what 26 less rest of 25s, 26 activities, 27s. At least gets us back into a healthier range within our fund. We would hope not to have to do another 4.9 million next year. We've typically not done those amounts to be able to keep at a pretty good level. We had some pretty significant payouts, and we're still working. We should have that probably by next week, possibly. We're still working on wanted to see the activity the last number of years, like where has the fund health of the fund balance at? What have we been paying in premiums, and what has the payouts looked like to our risk pool and our $500,000 deductible.
What kind of risk can the clerk's office be providing us? I'm looking at the schedule. And the clerk's office, for instance, jumps by almost $60,000. And so I'm assuming that's the actuarial saying that there's greater risk with. Well, what is the reason?
Cost spread.
It's just a cost breakout
Okay,
per square foot and all of that usage of the. So
It's not just a take your current year and add 49%. It's a complicated formulaic calculation.
Based on salary and benefits experience from prior years. If they have vehicles, living in a campus building. All those things are.
Square footage of
incorporated.
place in the building. They do have a large footprint upstairs.
so then help me, I'm just trying to understand the spreadsheet here. So like witness, the victim witness goes from 1,500 to almost 10,300. So,
I asked the same question.
well, thank you.
I don't have an answer to it, but it could be, so they have vehicles. And if they're getting an extra vehicle, getting rid of a vehicle, how much the vehicles are being used would be my guess.
Some of these actually go down.
If you do.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was.
It's an interesting,
Solid waste increases by almost fourfold.
but we took on,
You took
operations.
on.
took on a whole new
operations
division
and
there.
all that.
You run the transfer.
So you took on all the employees.
Okay, that explains it. Okay, well, there's always an explanation.
Lot of risk with that.
we had some gases last week at one time.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun.
Clerk LFO account. I mean, that's not even, it's just an account.
It has staff that are funded out of there, so that's part of the calculation is the salary benefits elements.
Okay. So I guess question and maybe this, you know, this. Mr. Jordan already asked. Okay, so. These are our rates that we're charging, correct?
So the department
These would be,
So
yes,
2025 rates are what we charge the departments for. Okay, and so we want to go up to the 49%. Right. So that's the difference between those two, as you said, this like,
But if you turn the page over, you get the full one, you get about 4.9.
and we only asked on this for really show risk.
I obviously rounded down when I heard my 4. She should have rounded up.
So there's almost another $1 million.
Yep.
I mean, so again, I mean, this is where we really do have to just be making sure all these things tie amongst themselves because it's not easy for us to make decisions when now now we're down to 50,000, well, 150,000 remaining.
That doesn't kind of wipe out the, yes, if
So-
everything on there were to be done.
But what we'd be doing though is using that fund balance to get it up to where it is. We wouldn't be going to each of the departments to do it.
Correct, because our estimation is we're already asking to take a 7% cut this year to the expenses to meet the flat budget amount. Incorporating this on top of that would be what?
Right, no,
so it's
which is what I'm just making sure that that's where we're at and what we're doing. So then in 2026 budget, what would be the charge to the departments? Or are we already funded? You would, or they're gonna get charged now the newer rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which on top of it, so I mean, so it's like, which they don't even know it's the compounding nature of it. So, I mean, so again, this is like, we've gotta be ensuring as we
2027.
Yeah.
Okay, no, 26.
26.
Well, no, 26, we would be covering it.
So where,
That's the
so
49.
Tessa just had a very good
coverage.
point.
She was talking about the next year. After.
We're
It would
looking
be
at-
smaller than 4 million if we're gonna cover the general fund. The back page is not general. fund.
Other funds, so if you would like to pay county roads bill and the sewer funds bill,
Right, but some of these are kind of the victim witness is out of the general fund, really. They don't have separate grant, I mean, they have separate grant funding, but it's not gonna cover this increase. The grant.
and that fund, we would have to look and see, yeah, what is the fiscal solvency of that fund now and in the future?
And like the clerk LFO account.
That is another one, that, yep, is on
But
our
I
radar.
mean, I think we have to, you can't just blanket say this is all this general fund because some of this will be coming out of the general fund.
Correct, and detention services is listed as an other fund as well, but we know they're a general fund department, they just receive a bill separate. For their costing allocation for the jurisdictions.
So we really need to, again, for us as commissioners to make an educated
We can
decision.
true it up more. I'd rather not spend the time doing it up.
But no.
If we're gonna go a completely different direction.
Right,
But if 49 is looking good, we could be a little bit more, we could get it down to the detail. But the general fund is really more than 3 million. So even if we pull some of these from the backside, I think that original 4 million should cover that if the non-general fund by and large cover their own.
that's what the premise was. That's right. It was not, we were not going to do the all funds via this. It was the general fund, obviously detention services and any others that you thought may need to be in here, but then let the remaining funds absorb their own increases.
Which, looking at it, the 4 million, Jeff, actually looks about right when you add in the detention services, victims witness, animal control, that gets you to about that $4 million
We
mark.
always have, Tessa says, separate out detention services.
Well, I'm curious, what kind of risky behaviors my fellow commissioners engaged in that results in a 50% increase?
You have a lot more headcount in your guys' office than we used to.
So it's just head count, not activity.
Thanks, you two.
Thanks, you too. Yeah. It's not come out of their
I would say it's
Square footage too, you know.
If it was activity based, we'd have to talk to Ron.
It's based on Al's jokes.
Oh, Alan's jokes.
That's the increase.
Fair harm.
So would you guys like us to get as close to a final as we can at the 49%? And then you'd be able to see where we land between that 3 and 4 million mark. Or do you think we'll go a completely different direction and we do something?
Can I do this? Dan, you're the expert on this. Give it to us. Is this what we need to do to stay
Yes.
safe?
Yeah.
Honestly,
The issue is, you know, we're seeing on an average a 16% increase just in claims every year, right, as a whole. Things are not getting cheaper. Insurances are leaving Washington, as we all know. You know, they're bailing, and the ones that are staying, if you're gonna use them, they're gonna make you pay the price.
Yeah.
Right?
so not doing this puts us in a position
Just
where
I'm gonna probably be
great
here.
risk that's not
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah.
Really.
If we don't do it, you're gonna have to keep your
All right.
unrestricted hire to cover unforeseen.
That's what I was just gonna say. You can choose not to fund this, but then that general fund.
Yeah.
The
We have to
unrestricted,
really pump those numbers up. 15 million from this morning would have.
I don't know what other option we have. Well,
No, we don't, but we've got to be realistic with the departments that, okay, we're gonna help fund this year, but you're gonna fund that difference in the future years.
27.
And going forward, and so they've got to start to already plan, which. I don't know if
Which is
the
right
sheriff's office
sizing of
comes up with another $2 million.
Same way.
But
Same
maybe-
way all these others come up.
But I think making that decision at the 49 is going to really lessen the impact of 27. You know, if you looked at the past, we haven't even hit the mid-range of what the actuary has asked. You know, it's been quite a bit less, you know, sometimes half of what even mid-range, not even the breaking point, just the mid-range. And so it's constantly putting us behind that 8 ball. Right? And so when you do have the years where you have heavy claims, a lot of claims, it makes that much steeper to try to plan out of. And that's the unfortunate part of it.
So, okay, so I guess that's the question. So this isn't every year we're adding this much more.
Correct.
So, okay, so see, that's what I'm trying to get at is what are the departments actually gonna be paying? We're gonna fund it to get it to the level that we think it should be. What is the annual amount that the departments are paying? Cause I mean, cause like I'm saying,
we won't know till we know
Yeah.
what cases happened this year, then fund the actuary's estimates for the 27
Right.
budget.
It's unfortunate. It's a kind of
Just
it's
review.
kind of a moving target,
right,
right? But if you're funded in that green zone,
and have
then
we,
it allows us to cushion.
right, have we been charging each department?
Yep.
In the past? Or have we just been funding it out of the
Cost
general fund?
allocation, but not at the rate the actuary has been projecting. Right? It's been way less.
Right, and the cost allocation, are we costing it out by department or are we costing it out as just general liability?
We have the liability of $5.7 million for 2025 in one line in one department in the general fund to pay risk management on behalf of all the general fund departments.
And so like the sheriff's office, you charge them 2
Via cost allocation. So that would be included in their indirect rates that they use to charge on awards. Or we utilize in the contracts with the jurisdictions that we have law enforcement contracts with.
I know what you're getting at. Let me try and ask it a different way.
Okay.
When if I'm the sheriff's office and I'm preparing my budget for 2027.
Yeah.
Am I gonna have a line item in my budget that says, liability?
Nope.
So
indirect.
that line item is just gonna be a line item in our general fund budget. But each department doesn't have to allocate out of their budget to cover this cost.
Correct. County road
Is
has
that what you're
to
trying to
pay the
get to?
bill for liability.
Yeah.
But non-general fund.
Non-general fund departments have a line item for liability insurance.
Right. And we do that probably for sake of administrative ease.
Yes.
You could and you might want to consider taking these dollars out of is it non-departmental?
Yeah.
and putting them into the budget, their budgets, so that departments experience directly the impacts of liability.
Manage their risk.
Manage their risk. So if they were going to, if they already had those dollars in their budget today, the way this is laid out, 5.719 million is what the 2025 rate is. If the commissioners agree to add to the liability fund by that $3 million, the same 5.7 is going to hit budget next year. That's going to be the rates that get charged for next year, because you'll already have decided to cover through general fund reserves the difference of these two. But it is worthy of a conversation, is should these be allocated out into each of the departments? Right now, they're just in one line in the general fund.
Yeah, from a management standpoint, you would allocate and put it in their line item, because then they are responsible for managing their own risk. And I mean, from a commissioner's standpoint, we could get back to where we were before, right? No, I'm just kidding.
That's what Ron does.
I was just gonna say, from a transparency standpoint for the public too, it gives them a better idea on what the true cost is to operate each of these departments. If this is calculated into, they're given X number of dollars, this is how many dollars go out. I mean, it just shows a better, I think a more holistic picture on what each department costs to operate. So I think it's a great idea that we do include stuff like that, don't do it that way.
I had the same kind of line of questioning that, and I think Mr. French's question helped clarify that for the general fund. For the other departments that do basically have to pay for this out of their budget, how would it look to them in 27? And then when we send out the letter to the departments that says keep your budget flat, does that apply to those other departments or not? So it does.
No, that's a really good question. I mean, ours is really targeted towards general fund.
Okay.
Right, because your other activity base, we're not gonna tell sewer to keep your budget flat. You're gonna make decisions on roads and projects, so their budget can be flat. This be really general fund targeted.
For example, with sewer, we're then to the sewer committee.
Have those rates.
And we look at the rate based on what all it costs to see if we either raise rates or not.
Right. And that I was trying to figure out, is there an additional burden that we would be asking a non-general fund department to pay in addition to what we've already asked to do? That sounds like not, because they generally got a different revenue source and process for covering that. Okay, yeah, very good.
We do IT the same way. We have one account. This change could add a lot of frustration with the departments. I think Scott and I counted up, we're up to 6 times and informed what a flat budget means. It doesn't include, this would be another change. It would actually increase their overall budget by this amount. Communicating it in this budget cycle might be challenging. More than happy to take on the challenge, but just wanted to throw that out there. This particular cycle, sometimes what we think should be a 10-minute conversation, because we're more involved in this than other people who are focused on what it is they do.
So Commissioner Jordan raises a question for me, in that, does the road fund have its own risk liability account, or are they part of the general fund?
They have their own line.
Okay,
They receive a bill and pay their own line.
Okay.
So they have their own risk profile too, right?
Yeah, right. Well, that's what I was getting at is, why. Well, my concern was, if we were paying for it out of the general fund, are we co-mingling the accounts? Yeah, because they're an enterprise fund. Yeah, and stuff. So that's what I was worried about.
I learned a ton about this today, and I think it would be a great idea if we did the same type of account for the ones listed as other funds, that we do that same for general. I think it's like I said earlier, for transparency, I think it's a great tool to show the true cost for each of our departments.
Yeah.
How many dollars are going in and how many dollars are going out, so I would support moving in that direction with how we do it. I'm gonna support you on this. If 49% is your professional opinion where we gotta go, then that's where I'm at. I'm gonna support you on that. But my only request would be that the way this is shown on paper for the accounting, I think it is, each department is given their bill, but we're gonna give them the funds to pay for it, but to show that more holistic view of what each department costs.
Recommend that we do that to Jeff's point after the budget cycle, because they're going to think that those are monies, many of them, that they're getting in that they can keep headcount or other M and O. I completely agree here with what you're saying. I just think a lot of our leaders are still learning how their budget actually works and what to do with it. And so I might recommend that we go that route after the September meetings, that they've returned their budget to you guys, they've balanced, so to speak, and then.
I'm thinking more for 26. I mean, for that 26 budget, so the budget we adopt in December.
We're saying keep the letter flat.
Yeah,
So they would do this exercise flat, but then in the fall, when we actually put the budget together, we would add it on both sides of the ledger, money in.
That's what I
and the
mean.
expense
I'm not talking about anything.
So we wouldn't be dealing with the change in the budget letter June, July exercise, if that works.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, what he said, I support.
That would be more transparent going forward, yes. And good for managers too.
I'm just kidding.
He's just using my sound bites. Transparent, so.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah.
Carved out of there.
So yeah, you'll come back one way or another and let us know the exact.
We'll
number.
true out the number between the 3 of general fund and the 4.9 of everything. I'm kind of feeling like we have consensus towards the 49%. We'll bring back the true up numbers. I'm seeing head nods.
Yeah.
So we will get that back to you as soon as possible.
Off the top of my head, I see animal control, detention services and information systems would be ones that we would add to
Yeah.
our general fund on the front, and we'll see if there's anything else in there.
And I think the only other thing, maybe just to add to Commissioner Cooney, as far as kind of that volatility of up and down, is we are always 2 years behind, right? The actuary is doing the numbers for 24, finishing that up, but we're budgeting for 26. So, when a department files a first party claim, that hits our budget today, but we don't get that reimbursement back through allocation for 2 years.
Right.
So that's the other part that causes, when we have claims, it takes a long time for risk to regain those funds, because we're always 2 years behind of what the actual cost is occurring at the time.
So
Because
they-
of the way the actuary-
Right, is there a way to do the actuary plus be looking at the things of our?
Well, and that's where they make the projection, right? They're making those projections based on 24 and trend is and moving forward, but through the first party claims, we could probably do something a little more current, at the end of the budget year, we could throw in some numbers that maybe the budget office could allocate in there, but it's just a reality for us that we're always 2 years behind. It's the same thing with workers' comp. We're always 2 years behind, and if we take a big hit, it can take up to 6 years for us to really recover from that, based on.
If you have that 1 in 20 year
Right.
event,
Right.
it's going to.
It takes a long time to.
We've had one of those in our workers' comp in the last year, and we've had one of those in our liability in the last few years, actually a couple, so we're definitely experiencing that.
Just one last question for the lines like solid waste, that's a water jump, right? And they're non-general fund. Is there any kind of expectation that this is coming for them, or will it be a kind of surprise? Oh crap, it's $200,000 increase for you.
Oh, you mean in terms of when they, it's part of their budget prep?
Yeah.
It will only be a surprise if they haven't paid attention, and Kyle's been on these meetings, so he's he's watching this stuff, but it will have to inform on their budget development for this year.
And when the acquisition happened, it is something that we all spoke about in length, that those line items, especially in the risk liability, could be potentially a lot higher.
We will use the 49% punch. To the best of our ability, a number for you. Then we will plan on making it more transparent, showing individual budgets in the fall when we actually create the 26. Let's get it shaped. Okay, thank you guys. Next,
Jeff, did you want me to talk to 508 fund or no?
sure.
That one? Okay, and it's just more of a heads up, commissioners, but I met with our third party administrator last Thursday. To go over our 508, which is our medical fund utilization. Like everywhere else, we are continuing to see increased costs in that as well. So we're seeing employees utilize more healthcare than we've seen in past years. We're seeing higher prescription utilization of prescription drugs like Humira and Ozempic. We're seeing pretty large cancer claims. So we are seeing an increase in that utilization. This year, we have actually spent more than what our projections were. So we've actually been dipping into fund balance for the entirety of this year so far, where we've not done that for a full year in the past. So the auditor's office is pulling together our current fund balance for me right now. In the last 2 weeks, they did just make all of the fund adjustments where they have pulled into 508 the actual medical premiums that should have been moved this year. So in the next couple of weeks, I'll have a good idea of what our fund balance looks like. But the administrators have projected an 11% increase right now in order to continue to be able to pay for claims moving forward for our medical expenses. I'm hopeful that our fund balance is high enough that we won't have to take a full 11, and I'll come back with more information in the next few weeks. Typically, we budget for about a 5% increase. We've been dipping into our medical fund for some things lately, and so I'll be looking and analyzing what that really looks like for us for the next couple of years. But I wanted to make you aware that we are seeing much higher utilization from employee claims, usage of the plan, and high dollar value claims over the last 8 months. Yeah, I'm a ray of sunshine with budgets, but more to come as soon as I have the actual fund balance. I'm happy to project what we should recommend.
So as long as we're coming with that one, should we be looking at all 4 of them? Because we've got dental, liability, medical, comp, as well as risk.
Dental, we're good. There's no reason to take any major increases. That fund is healthy, and we're continuing to see claims coming right about where we expect them to. We've
Right,
done
just-
workers' comp, and
I'm
we've done.
saying, would we want to just look at where you're at?
Yep.
All of those, so we know.
Yep.
Give us the rundown on all the self-insured funds. Cause then, does it actuarial, they do an actuarial for each of them, don't they? No.
No. So our third party administrator is the ones that pull together all of our utilization, and then they project out what that looks like for us, but we do not do actuary studies on the medical plans. So, but that's where I have the auditor's office. We have a great tool that Tim Donovan has built for me that helps me actually pull in our current fund balance and then pull in all of our monthly claims, our costs, all of that stuff, so that we can accurately track where we add in relation to the fund balance.
So the next one would be the outside agency list would be in the sheets of 3 paper we passed around. I thought we could start with the children's waiting room because we have Heather here. She has made some phone calls around to get more information on this particular line item. Bottom line, we're the only county in the state that is still, it was in our packet,
It was emailed.
Online.
Oh, it's just on the online file.
Oh, I didn't make
We didn't take copies of that one.
It's online, sorry.
Figure we've seen
I
it.
misspoke. I usually bring everything in paper. I'm trying to conserve money.
I thought you just said you did do papers. I'm like.
I did, because I thought we did.
Okay.
I have mine on paper. So the children's waiting room up here, which is 107 for 25 budget. We are the only county in the state that's doing this service. King County was also doing it prior to COVID. Since COVID, they have not reopened. And I think you're all familiar with it, and most of, can you speak to the numbers of kids that were in there and numbers, some were juries, some were others, do you have that with you?
Correct. I actually went back and had them break it out by quarter to tell us by week, how many kids they saw, where the kids went. The highest utilizers are people going to Superior Court. Quite a few people using it for other services, which could be going to see a DV advocate, going to probation. Before the methadone clinic was moved, some people were using it because they were going to the clinic. People going to the law library, people going to the clerk's office, public defender. They seem to be using a lot of it to access court systems in general. Not very much high utilizing from those attending jury trials, which was the initial thought behind children's waiting room. I did reach out to Amy from Vanessa Behan. She said they have gone through 2024. They did not see any particular highlights as to days of the week, times that stuck out as, that they had any fewer kids. There's days where they don't have them, days that they don't do. They have tried to use volunteers. They've just recently gotten a volunteer on board to help. But getting volunteers down here has proved a little more difficult than at their main location. She did say that in 2024, they had a couple what she considered really good wins. They had a child that disclosed some abuse that they were able to turn into CPS and help get involved in that situation. And another single parent who was single father who had recently gained custody of his daughter and was struggling to keep things afloat, that they were able to jump in and help him because he had visited children's waiting room. And then a mom who had served on a 2-week jury specifically because children's waiting room was there. So they seem to be, their budget right now, we're paying them a flat fee each quarter. And then they get the jury donations that come in, and their jury donations seem to pretty much match at the end exactly what their expenses are. They're not collecting a lot extra than what. In 2024, they got it was right about $2,000 more than what their expenses were by the time jury donations came in. But their jury donations fluctuated. I mean, first quarter they had 7,000, third quarter they had 10,000, and then fourth quarter they were down to 4. So
The jury donation is people donating their daily per diem rate to the waiting room versus taking it to cover parking.
I did reach out to Ashley Callan with Superior Court. She said that their biggest concern or highest utilizer days that they could imagine would be Mondays and Thursdays, which are their civil protection order days. Monday does switch to Tuesday when a holiday is on Monday. Possibly Fridays, maybe lighter court dockets, maybe fewer jury trials. So I think there's other ways we can look at making some cuts if it's something you guys want to continue to fund.
Do you have the emails and data?
Yes,
That's not, we haven't received that.
you had not, I just received it this
Oh,
morning.
okay. I appreciate just taking. a look
Yes.
at it.
Yeah, I met with one of the Superior Court judges last week and she was saying that the biggest benefit is keeping screaming kids out of the courtroom while they're trying to conduct the proceedings. It's not necessarily the defendants or anything, it's the visitors and their kids, kind of a deal. You know, and husbands that are losing, they also scream a lot.
Jokes, I tell you.
That liability just went up.
There's our commissioner liability.
What I said earlier, that's.
It's not me.
The one thing that I encourage you all to think about with this is, you know, this is a great service. Nobody's gonna discount that. And if you need it, it's a great thing to have. We have to do some cuts in the budget. This is also close to a funded FTE. So the choice is really which is the higher priority? Keeping someone somewhere on county staff or providing this service? Because regretfully, we're not in a place to say and see all of the above.
I'll jump in and I think the way Jeff just put it, I mean, this comes down to what was said earlier. There's the must-haves and the nice-to-haves, and this truly is a nice-to-have.
Nice to
There's no statutory requirement. We're the only county across the entire state that offers this. And if all 38 other counties can do without it, I mean, I think we might have to do without it too. I mean, it's tough. I mean, I'm sure, I mean, clearly there are some good things that have come out of this. I mean, that I'm not questioning that. But we're in a situation where the dollars just aren't there to continue the service right now.
I don't know, I look at that and I also look at, you know, cost of a court commissioner, cost of a 13th Superior Court judge, you know, those are must-haves. This is like to have.
Yeah, and I think since it's kind of gone from what the original intent was too, it's
Yeah.
become, you know,
Much broader.
something much broader. Nice.
Is there anything to your point about Fridays or something like this? Has there been any dialogue with Vanessa Behan about like scaling it back or something like the hours, some way to save money that doesn't entirely close it?
That's why we were asking the questions on, are there peaks and valleys during the week? And it didn't appear it really was. And then you get to the challenges, like if it's a juror and it's a multi-week trial, what do they do on the Friday, for example? And yes, it's easier to find coverage for one day versus all 5. But if you're at the place where you don't have the one day, you know, but yes, we did look for those opportunities. They didn't naturally present themselves where, yeah, we could close at 3 every day or, you know, not do Fridays, those sorts of things. We could certainly use the data, make a best case assumption, but it wasn't a natural obvious.
But we haven't said to Vanessa Behan, if we only gave you, if we chopped off a 5th of your funding or something,
We have not done that
what
yet.
would that do to their, because they've got to keep it staffed up to.
And then another idea, Commissioner Waldorf and Heather and I brainstormed as kind of a hallway conversation. Well, you know, could we look at the original, the downtown Vanessa one and maybe have a voucher pool for certain things? But then you've got transportation challenges. So yes, we've brainstormed some other ideas. No, we don't have a great solution from the brainstorm to say, here's a good idea to consider. That's where we are.
And I think it almost gets confusing if we're gonna leave it open for a day or two, because then it's like, you've got people that start to go, oh, I heard that this was available, and then I'm down here with my kids and it's not available for this day. So that's where I'd worry. It's kind of like, sad to say, it's kind of an all or nothing kind of thing, because I think otherwise we're gonna get to a point where we're getting people depending on thinking it's available and open because they heard from a friend of theirs and the friend didn't tell them, oh, it's only on Fridays or it's only on Thursday, you know, that kind of thing. That then that situation, so.
Personally, if I was on a jury and I looked up this resource and it was a couple days a week, I'd rather have that than. You know, then I'd know, okay, I only need to get the childcare figured out for Thursday, Friday, or whatever it is versus all 5 days. So personally, in my opinion, I think seems like it does a lot of good. Wouldn't be the first place that I would look to save $100,000. I'd like to be able to keep it going, but I fully recognize the tough situation. I would prefer that we have more of a robust back and forth with Vanessa Behan about, are there other options to do it a couple days a week, or is that just not feasible for them because of the staffing? So.
But how many are really using it for jury? I thought that was a pretty small number now.
Yeah, overall,
Was the
jurors,
original
there
intent.
was,
Right. I'm
Less
saying
than
if
10%.
I was in court for any reason, need a childcare, it'd be better to have some rather than none, in my opinion.
yeah, I think there was only 13 or 14 in 2024 total that used it for jury. Most are Superior Court.
Wouldn't a judge come to a quicker decision if they've got a screaming kid in the courtroom?
Let's track that.
Let's track
Here.
that.
Which, and if it's only that few and it's really being used primarily for Superior Court, that takes us back to Superior Court is a function of the state. That, I mean, the states are just gonna bankrupt us on their responsibilities that they're pushing on the counties. I know, and again, that's me having discussions with other county commissioners, that it's just that, you know, Superior Court is a state function. So, I know, it's just not happy to have to make decisions there, but what else to do?
Well, I'd like to see about, there is other options for reducing it or. And I don't love this option, but what I was brainstorming was, you know, Vanessa Behan is already a drop-off center. People can drop off their children for a variety of reasons. And so I just would like to explore with them, like, what would that look like, or could that be? Cause it is, I mean, we've been providing the service, it's a great service. And we're in a tough budget cycle, so but I feel for parents who are trying to go to court and don't have a lot of resources, so. Bringing those kids into court isn't always the best approach, but it sounds like other counties have had to make tough choices along the way. So anyway, I'd be happy to be involved in a conversation about other options with Vanessa Behan if I can be helpful.
So I've heard 3, sounds like cut. Do we want to have some outreach from Commissioner Waldruff and bring back some options?
I mean, I think we can see what the other options are, but I think the reality is that.
So at this point, I'll put it down as a reduced to 0 pending a good option that would bring some back. That. Which I'm hearing correctly. One. Next one. Thank you, Heather. So GSI, we heard from this morning. My I believe historically the visionary was at 75,000. I think they reworked everything a while back. I think that's why our contract's at 75, although the visionary is now at 53. You know, with the ADO match, if the board is interested in doing that, sounds like 60 would be their high end of expectation. If you put a 53 and a 60 together, you're at 113. That was kind of
Where did you get the 60?
they were saying the ADO would come in between 50 and 60
Per year.
per year.
I thought it was a reduction by that amount.
I thought it was a reduction from 125 down to 50 or 60.
No, I think it's higher.
I thought
I don't know.
I wrote it was.
Either way, we would be reducing our portion by the amount of, whether that's the full amount or the reduction. That was just kind of a thought I throw that out there as a starting off point. Commissioner French, I recall, I believe it was a couple weeks ago, suggested the visionary level and then an amount commensurate to a major sponsorship. Which would probably be like a 53 and maybe a 25. I don't know what all the different sponsorships levels are. You'll see the last several years, we've been in the 200 range. The website has dropped off. This was the first year that dropped off. So those are just, I guess I'll throw out as some conversation starters and then see where you guys are.
Yeah, and just historically, we were at 270.
Correct. There was a cut
And
prior
then
to
we made
me.
the $70,000 cut when we had the PDAs kind of come online.
So it was about a 1920 time
Started
frame.
at 400.
Really?
When Shelley and Todd were here, I think we were at the 400 level.
That sounds right to me that we
Yeah.
went forward and we've stepped down.
Yeah, we stepped it down.
No, I wrote down that in the biennium, they're looking at 100 to 120. In the biennium for the ADO funding from the state. That's what I.
That's,
60.
and you divide
So
the
per year,
4.125 million by all the counties, that would make sense.
Can I ask a historical question? What was the thought behind coming down 400? Do you remember what the dialogue was at that time?
Well, the first time was we couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And then the second time, and Commissioner Cooney's right, we funded the PDAs and stuff. And so they became effectively our economic development arm. And
In
I
some
think
areas.
continue, huh?
Some areas. Some areas.
Some areas, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
because to jumpstart those, we gave them
city and county.
180,000
80,000.
to the PDA. So overall economic development spending went up, but we had to pull that 70 to help kind of
Right.
offset that. So overall more, but GSI went down that
Yeah.
figure and they stayed steady.
Thank you.
But if you're saying it's 120 biennium, that's 60,000 a year. So,
Jeff's
you know,
funds.
60 and
60 and 53, which is the visionary. Now, if we go down, just want to call it, we'll also impact cost to the DC trip and the Olympia fly-in. Right, I think it's a fairly safe assumption we're not going to get 3 packages. Well, if we go down, I think we go down to 1 package, which comes with the visionary.
Which is what it was.
Prior to
Prior
the
to-
22.
Yeah.
That was fall of 21.
Yeah.
That was negotiated for the 22 budget.
And I thought that Alicia said other jurisdictions are also contributing beyond their partnership level to help with the match of the ADO funding. So
The
it
Valley
wouldn't
and
need to
Liberty
be the
Lake.
entire 60 to meet the match by the county. I don't know what that number was. She didn't.
I wrote down
So she
50
said-
plus 20 from Liberty, Lake, so about 70,000, but I didn't know if that was over the biennium or annually.
that's per year.
Per year.
That's great.
Now, she did talk about other matching funds for other specific cluster projects, like Evergreen Biosciences also required a match to get funding, but now it sounds like a lot of that funding is up in the air, but.
Well, a
So
lot
they
of,
kind of have a pot of money that they use for matches and they can't use the same money
Mm.
for two different matches, so, but that's just all.
Well, as I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Cooney, as I remember when they had those special opportunities, they went out to like Commissioner Trust Bank and Vista and some of the corporate partners to raise the money for those kind of matches. It didn't go out to the general membership. So,
Cause some of it can't use government funds
Right,
to do,
right.
so that's when they went out. to community partners.
so they did
There's
that
some
as
that-
well,
Yeah, I think the EDO is more, you can use
government.
funding to match. And I mean, I wasn't here, but 20 years ago, when GSI became the economic development all combined, they became our economic development arm for the county instead of having an economic development department.
But to your point,
Well,
you can potentially go down a little bit more if there's other jurisdictions contributing to the matching funds. Is that what you're saying?
So the county did not convert over, because at the time, when they did the conversion or the consolidation, Eric Skaggs was their economic development officer, and then it was one of the commissioner's sons was doing it and stuff, but that didn't end until 2009. And the merger, I think, was 2004, 2005. So there was a period of time where there was an overlap, and they finally, I think they jettisoned it just because they couldn't afford to do it anymore.
Because I thought then on the city side, I thought under Condon, they started to pull out of GSI.
They did, but they were,
Developed his economic development department.
and the city never reached the level of contribution that the county was at. I mean, the city was significantly lower. At least for the full time I was there, and you guys lowered it
Can't
even more.
remember. It wasn't completely cut when I was on council, but I can't remember the dollar amount.
Yeah, it seemed to me that when I was there, it was like 90,000. Didn't you guys cut it back to 50 or
Could have
something
been
like that?
something like that.
Yeah.
That sound right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And are they below 50 now?
They're at zero.
Oh,
They were-
zero.
They have been for
They don't
5
contribute
years,
at all.
give or take.
It's like 25.
They're at
It's just
zero.
that
Zero.
Okay.
Yeah. What do we do? We do what you suggested, that put us at 115.
113, if we did a
13.
53 and a 60.
I just remember the pushback we got at the $70,000 cut.
Yeah, but at the time, I remember myself being the chair and getting chewed up like crazy. So welcome. That was when Tom was chair.
Yeah.
Entertaining.
Very uncomfortable conversation in front of everybody at their annual.
Annual
breakfast.
meeting, yes.
I don't know if I've ever been dressed down like that in front of that large of a crowd.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
What was that?
oh, I can tell you off.
Offline.
Yeah, I'll use names offline.
Yeah.
If I don't want to do that in front of everyone.
It was very controversial.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
So I guess, I mean, being on GSI and just knowing what they're trying to do and also knowing, the cuts that are coming from Commerce and all of that. And the only way that we make more money as a county is through economic development, as you know, and, which is sales tax or property tax. So I'd be willing to cut it, but not, I don't think to that level, because I think it's, again, I gotta look at the return on our investment. I know you're, part of the West Plains and doing all the stuff you're doing at the West Plains, but I gotta look at the rest of the county that I don't have quite that.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, it just, yeah, in the West Plains, they haven't done anything. But I don't know what else they've done in the rest of the county. So, but new business or what, I mean, when she was talking about, we convene all these meetings. I've never been invited to a single meeting. I've been here for 15 years. So I mean,
I think they convene the PDAs on a quarterly basis to see what the PDAs are doing.
well, there's
Never heard-
development
I've
going on
never
outside of
Jesse say-
PDAs.
I've never heard our executive director of the
Yeah.
NUPDA talk about attending a, I mean, Scott, you're on both PDAs, do you know of?
I'm not aware, no.
I don't know.
I would love for them to do everything they say they do. I would love it. Still waiting.
Do you have a different number to toss out, Commissioner Cuny?
Um. I mean, I think the most for me that I'd like it to see it go down would be 50, so go to 150. And then see, I mean, in some cases, I'd rather step it down over some time than just cut it.
So for clarity purposes, not debating reading. So stepping down to 150 and then maybe incrementally over the next several years? Or are you saying step it incrementally down to 150?
Like, my ideal would be to take it to 25 off this year, and then if you feel like we're not getting that value, take it to 150. If everybody's gonna cut it to 113, I want to at least be at 150.
But we can compromise between 150 and 113.
I'll throw my support between your concept of a visionary membership at 53 and then 60,000 on top of that. And when we get to the end of this budget process, if there's dollars left over, that can be one of the first places we look to bring them back up. But I think for a placeholder right now, I think again, we're gonna have to make tough decisions here. We're not flush with cash, and we've invested heavily in the PDAs. We've got other chambers out there that I know are doing things in, around the community that are doing some pretty impressive stuff with a whole lot less county dollars supporting them too. So it's not fun to cut from an organization like that. I really like GSI. I think they do a lot of great work. Again, we're faced with the dollars just aren't there. And if they don't come from here, they're coming from inside the county, coming from a county department.
Well, the one area that Alicia probably didn't, she, alluded to, but didn't talk a lot about is the policy work. I do think it's valuable to have, I do think they do good work in trying to bring together like a policy agenda for the county that's aligned. And I know we hear from our legislators, both in Olympia and DC, that they appreciate that Spokane has some sort of agenda that is, comprehensive and that we work on together, not in, isolation of each other. So I don't know what that takes. I don't know how they pay for that at GSI, if they use some of our funds or, so that's my only, I don't want to see that work. I do think is valuable for having a common regional agenda. I don't know which funds they use for that, so. I mean, I'd be willing to do more of a step down, but again, I think it's important to justify each dollar amount to the community, like the 53 is an actual dollar amount that they've advertised for their visionary sponsorship. The other dollar amount I think is variable, right? So I'd be willing to go up a little bit more, I just don't know where they get the funding for the policy work, so I'd like to follow up with that. Find out, but I think it's important for us. I know we have our own, lobbyists now that we've hired, which is important and it's been valuable for the county, but I do think being supporting the regional efforts is good too. So, I don't know, that's where I'm at. I'd like to keep supporting that, I just don't know how much that costs.
Yes, we're all staring at you.
So just for clarity, so we're at 200 now.
Yes.
There's a suggestion to go to 103.
113 was the ADO match plus a visionary membership.
And that's 53 plus
60.
Okay. 15. And then your suggestion is 175.
Yes, 150 is my lord.
I'm gonna think about it.
Time's up.
So they put down between 113 and 175.
Yes.
We'll start narrower next time. So, health district. My takeaway was there's a lot of post-COVID baseline has been baked in. I actually saw this as a rather large opportunity for the county, particularly with the larger marketing department than the county. In my mind, I was thinking 10 FTEs is about $1.2 million on average. I know it's a very large number. And so is 10 FTEs getting pink slips possibly. So for the sake of starting a conversation, you know, the 19 communications was 342. So almost $700,000 increase since pre-COVID. Health equity is a $400,000 increase since pre-COVID. And a lot of these others are similar. When you look at the overall budget, going from 36 to 57, 21 million increase off 36, that's what, 60% increase, give or take, over a year. So I know they do important work. All of our county departments do important work. I am in the luxury of trying to find money for the county. You guys have to more balance stuff, but that's just what I thought I'd throw out there as a conversation starter.
Question. Have we been around where we're at on the health district for many years, or what's been the trend for the county's contribution?
Yeah,
I think we've been around there, like it was a little lower.
I saw 1 million like maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Nah.
Oh, no, it used to be.
Like 1.8. Like
We were 1.8 for a while. I think before I got here, we might have been a tad over 2, or more so than here. But I mean, it's been in the range of 2 million for a while. If you do know TB, which is one that we're required to cover the actual cost, I think, which is billed to is it quarterly? Is that right?
Monthly.
Monthly, it was billed monthly. So that really is dependent on the delivery of the service. So, I mean, I was thinking we were more looking, you know, I mean, that's gonna be on service delivery that dictates that number. But yeah, the general support, I'm gonna say at least in my time here, but has bounced between maybe a high of 2.2 and a low of 1.8. And that's a ballpark. That's what my memory is telling me. We're kind of between those two, excluding the TB.
Thanks.
And the TB has spiked. The TB went up
has spiked,
a lot. That used to be in the 100.
Yeah.
And they were at 1 nurse and then they went to 2.
Some, yeah.
Where did you see the total change in budget?
That second sheet they passed out. That had the communications and health equity back many years.
Yeah.
That was just on those 2 items.
Oh.
They only have for those,
But then you're saying the entire SRHD budget.
well, just
You
common
verbalize
sense
that.
would say if if your overall budget's gone from 36 to 57, then everything has gone up.
Yeah.
Kind of to the new,
So just a second, let me, because I gotta go, I do, but it was, so that's why I was saying, when it went from 36, I went higher, the next year was $10 million up because we put in the $10 million for repairs. And then the state started coming in with more foundational public health dollars. But not as much as we thought. I mean, it was actually COVID and CARES dollars that they were coming in with. And now they're backing off, I think, of that. So it's just this, situation where they had more grants coming in because of COVID and dollars from the feds to the state to the health districts. That, the state's pulling back on, their expansion that they did over the last 2 years too. So I apologize because I do have a doctor's appointment, so it's one that I can't not be late for. But I think I'm willing to look at, and we talked about it last year at the health district, and 3 of us sit on the board, and it's tough because we've got to make decisions there as well as here in each of our roles. That I'm not willing to go down $1 million.
just trying to solve our
I
20
mean,
goal.
I'm kind of looking at, do we need to talk to them about what does $500,000 look like? Because I mean, they do have a way better communications department than we have. And again, do we need that kind of communications department at the health district versus what we used to have? And the same thing on the health equity. It was really a position that's grant funded in the past, and then somehow there's been this from our resolution that they have this ability to just change it. I mean, that's what we're hearing, and that was never the intent of our resolution.
It should have been held on their thing here with the health program specialist. I don't think it ever should have gone beyond that, which is on their form here when that
And
person was
it really
hired.
was supposed to be talking about health equity and how to.
Cultural competencies.
Yeah, talk about that within the health district, so as workers are going out, that they're looking at that and paying attention. And, if there's needs for translations, and all of that, those departments should be looking at that themselves. That was never a separate department at the health district doing it.
So just for clarity, and they baked in a lot of the COVID stuff into this budget and stuff, so I mean, you've got to somehow get that out. But when you said $500,000, were you thinking about taking the 2.1 down to 1.6 then, and then the 400, so it nets us out at 200 total or 2 million total? I'm looking to understand.
Because TV we have to pay.
Yeah, we gotta pay that and stuff, so, yeah, that's that. I was between $1.5 million and $500,000 and stuff, so I mean.
But I think it's
I
still gonna
didn't
be a
really just start at
conversation.
$500,000 off, yeah.
I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
it'll be definitive today. I think we're gonna have to have the conversation with the health.
What would this look like if it was this cut? And then also, what are the other cuts that they're coming from the state and?
I think it'll force them to roll back some of their COVID stuff.
Yeah, because they.
They should have
They
done
cuts
anyway.
weren't as bad as I had expected based on the conversation this morning. And then she was making the case trying to keep their general dollars safe, to be programmatic. And they also want to, they have a rather large fund balance, I've been told. And we gave them 1.39 million of ARP for some deferred maintenance on capital. So when we had more, we also gave.
But I also keep reminding them, as you guys know, in budget, like just, for them, a healthy fund balance, they also have to take care of their capital. Like, we can't continue to fund their
We've been doing
capital because we have been doing it. And so I keep saying, don't keep spending all your fund balance because you have capital needs that are gonna come bite you.
Well, even just their communication budget blew up by, almost 900,000 in this 4-year period. I mean, my God. Well, you gotta be talking to yourself to spend that much money.
When I thought that big, that's where I went so big on the.
I think what I heard from Alicia was an acknowledgement and a willingness to reduce, to go from the crystal place where down lower. We don't have crystal investments in our communications part here. We do a lot of communication as well. So I just think the opportunity to reset the bar is with us, and we have a willing executive director over there to do it. Didn't hear any gnashing of the teeth when, I mean, she was offering a lot of these things up too. So.
In their budget, if you took every penny they gave, their budget would be more than a 50% increase over the last 5 years.
So,
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, then, I mean, do we, to really see what they can do, is do we throw out a $1 million number and see what impact does this have?
Have them come back.
And see, possibly, I mean, I assume a lot of the people we send a notice to are gonna try to come back, you know, so it's, you know, if we were to eliminate, you know, if we were to cut $1 million and ask them, what does that do? Which programs go away, which reductions, and what would the impact be to the community?
Well, I said that was between $500,000 and $1 million, so you wanna start out $1 million and see where it goes, I'd be happy with that.
It's the, I mean, and who knows? I mean, like Scott was saying, like Alicia said, you know, we went up to a crystal level, we know we gotta bring it back down. I mean.
I felt
okay,
they were being very,
can you bring it down?
very
Yeah,
open
I
and
don't know.
willing to work with us.
Yeah,
Keep it in this context too. $1 million reduction
a lot of
on a
people.
$56 million budget is not that great. If you look at $1 million out of our 2 million, sure, it's a big cut out of a $56 million budget. It's not huge.
Not a whole lot.
One thing we didn't talk to her about is federal funds. I'm assuming that federal's a big source for that 50+ million total. Does anyone on the board know if that's something that's also being scaled back, or is it still?
I don't think we have any solid numbers yet, do we? You're on the finance committee, but, and we get the brief updates monthly, but they haven't said we're gonna lose X.
If you went by the president's skinny budget, you could potentially have millions of dollars in like 17 positions, because it would cut like all the funding for civic programs like HIV, emergency preparedness, so all the CDC kind of funding streams. Where that goes in the federal government, I don't know.
Is that stuff they've discussed in the finance committee? Because
Not
we
yet,
haven't heard that on
because
full board.
it's not,
They're
you
still
don't know
talking
what's
about-
going on with the budget yet, federally.
So no, we have not heard of what cuts are coming or what the potentials are yet.
And quite honestly, we probably won't know the federal budget till November, December at the earliest. We'll have some sense, right?
But they've been looking through, and that's why they have that huge spreadsheet. So they understand every program and where the funding comes from, state, federal, local, or other grants. So yeah, I am concerned about the federal piece, but it's hard to predict, right? I mean, it would potentially eliminate some programs, and whether or not the local or state government would want to pick that up to be.
To me, they could take $500,000 just out of their communications budget. I'm really tired of explaining syphilis to my kids. There's so many billboards around town with red dots on people's private parts. And then, what's syphilis again, Daddy?
Well, then they're learning, they're.
Very to a nurse, very clinical, yes.
I've heard more, I have had more people in the public complain about those billboards than anything else, going all the way back to when people were ticked off about COVID lockdowns, like excluding COVID, those billboards are the thing that I've heard about more than anything else. And it's the same thing.
They're on Pines, they're on
Kids ask
Sullivan,
me
they're
what
on
it
Trent,
is.
we can't get out of the valley without them.
So it sounds like we've got between a half million and a million, when we put a pin in it.
For the pin in it between 500,000 and a million.
Okay.
WSU extension. Just gets more and more fun. So. Down at the bottom of the page, we have two. Different buckets. That are. Total. Of about 537,000 in this year's. Budget. There has been a reduction in. Workforce, they do have one fewer FTE. That was about a month ago, I would say, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he was an
It was a
expensive.
it was a 0.6. So it was a partial FTE, but full benefits. We've moved that workload to Courtney in the budget office. So that.
So if they didn't hire back and you could cut them to probably 150. Reflect the lack of the FTE.
That FTE is worth it, I want to say 73 or 83 fully loaded.
Probably not even that, if it was,
It was a
I already
0.6.
said no, it's too.
I can.
WHI
61 according to Jason.
So that's a 61, is that fully loaded?
That's from our tracking sheet.
Okay.
Can I ask something? I thought with WXU extension as a part of the budget that was adopted last for 2025. They had like 120 in an account. I thought we dropped ours 120 and they were gonna use 120 from some other account. So,
We're using that as a source, but we still have to have the full expense plan.
okay, I was just gonna show, okay, so this isn't what's coming out of our general fund, this dollar.
This calendar year it's not, but next year it
Would be because
that fund would be
that, yeah,
depleted.
they're
Okay, I was just gonna say, I don't see a 120,000 drop from, okay. Can someone, so. This is 100% discretionary, correct?
Legally speaking, yes.
Yeah.
I confirmed with Mr. Amacio a few weeks ago that all of our spending is above and beyond what WSU is required to do. We have two partial FTEs still left out there.
one full-time and 160% FTE.
So we had 2 60% and one.
County.
Okay. What we, or what services they provide at WSU Extension, is there anything in the contract we have with them stating that if we don't fund it, that those programs go away? That WSU as an entity will quit delivering those programs?
No.
There's nothing in the contract is everything, I think logic said some of them will go away. But
The
They would have to
program,
decide, yeah.
the programming, or does it just shift it essentially from the county's budget to WSU's budget?
That's what it would, if they decided to continue the programs at the levels they are providing today, and the county provided zero financial support, then they would be absorbing $300,000.
Okay.
we have been told that the current remaining 0.6 FTE sole work product is making the website ADA compliant. We have one landing page. It seems to me, and there are some colors like we talked with language app. I know there's some color and font thing. It seems to me that work should have been completed. If it's been ongoing like that for the way they talk, that's been that person's job for a while. And the other person really, I would say, runs the programs. If you call the office, if you're looking for Master Gardener type information, 4-H type information.
Definitely, yeah, valuable. Present
Oh.
FTE at the front desk. He's the person that greets, answers the phones, triages questions coming in.
Well versed in the subject matter.
Yeah, so there's no statutory obligation by any county to provide funds for extension work. That, as we understand it, is an obligation of issue as a land grant institution. So it's completely discretionary as to what the county provides, if anything.
And
And
on
also
top of this, we also provide the building.
building, yes.
The building's
Free of charge.
Free of charge.
Power, utility
utilities.
usage,
We cover
free of
that.
charge.
So is it safe to say we're subsidizing WSU's budget by picking up these costs?
Yeah, sorry. Inaccurate statement.
I should have paused.
Or you could say we have invested in additional work, another way to probably say it also.
Sorry, is the county expenses in excess of, that's the building and the utilities?
That's would not be on here. We own the buildings, one of the buildings out by the
Okay.
fairgrounds. And we. Yes, we
So
subsidize.
that is a contribution.
Yes.
Do we know what that dollar amount is that we could,
We could ascribe a value to that, yes.
I think we should be, because it is a value.
Yes,
It is a
we could
contribution.
increase the value by increasing the rent.
But I mean, I just think it's important to document I mean, that's a pretty big contribution, a building and all the utilities. And maintenance, right?
Oh, tens of thousands a year, yeah.
So I don't know if other counties do that, but that's definitely a contribution to the effort.
Still. yeah.
For our contract, we need to give them notice.
October 1, I believe, and I don't wanna wait until then, if we should at least give them notice early as part of the letters that we wanna get out to indicate what the adjustments are going to be. Be another one you decide to step down over time if you wanna do that.
We've essentially stepped it down that 62,000-ish. Looking at it at a 26 budget and the remainder of this year. By that attrition and bringing it into the budget office.
And that's just what we pay for our own county employees out there, not directly, you can see here, we pay $300,000 is the contract directly to WSU. That we cut them a check for. The other are expenses that we incur here at the county for employees. Copies, supplies, utilities, things like that.
But I look at it from the standpoint that money we're paying them or money that we don't have available to keep sheriff deputies on the street.
They may have an amount they'd like to throw out.
All of it.
So we're starting with a 0.
I'll second the all.
I mean, Al's right. I mean, like I've said about every other cut here, I mean, it's either an external department or it's an internal department here. You know, WSU, they'll, you know, this is their entity. It should be up to them if they want to fund their entity. You know, I don't even know the history on how we began paying for this, but it's been that way ever since I've been on the commission. I mean, I've made attempts in the past to reduce the spending, but again, I don't even know how we got here.
It's been this way since I've been here.
Yeah, I mean, it predated Al, so you know it started a long time ago. So
Before the creation of
yeah,
dirt.
so and you know, we $20 million in the hole, guys. Like it's
I do think it's a interesting contract. Where we pay over what, you know, like. We definitely, so I mean, I'm open to definitely a reduction and figuring out. What is the baseline? I'd like to talk to WSU, what's your, you know. Cause to me, we should have a contract and that's, if we are gonna have a contract. And we choose a dollar amount, we don't pay anything in excess of that. I'm not sure why the contract is. Built that way.
It's not built any way other than we have
Just
to
like
give them
this
notice, and if
historical.
we don't give them notice annually, they send us and here's your bill for next year. That's ours.
I don't think I I don't think traditionally it has been split up into two.
Well, we
payments.
split it between, the bottom line is our staffing cost. So we have county staff out there. The top line is our contribution monetarily. And we also have the, you know, the in-kind of the building. The 303 is essentially their expense account on the county.
That's the contract that we paid WSU directly. The other expenses are expenses we incur. Mostly personnel out there.
And that's,
That's the 230 some off.
We have the 2.6 and the 1 full FTE. And we're down the 1 plus 0.6. As of 2 weeks ago.
I guess go to Doc's point too. I think we need to look at a reduction. I'm just not sure how much today. I got an email from them this morning. I think maybe they saw it on the agenda or something. It had something to do with matching funds for research. So I just haven't, it's pretty long.
That's a separate thing. I bet that's the modeling loss up on
What's that?
Green Bluff. I think those are the moss on Green
Yeah.
Bluff.
Moths, there's a moth study
So they help.
Caught 30 moths in the last couple
in
months.
13 days. Went out there and had a nice conversation with WSU, not in preparation for this, related to the other transitions going on, but
Yes.
learned a lot about, yes.
It's the impact of the moths on.
Laws on the fruit,
fruit
yes.
growing out.
So I think what she's saying is that, if I'm understanding, the county dollars help with matching requirements to get federal funds for those types of
I
research.
think they could if they put.
Which helps agriculture argue. So I'm just trying to understand what their own statement about their value is. Which would then we can judge, right? But I'm just telling you, I got that. So.
yeah, I just don't know. I need to, you guys have been around longer to understand, I guess, their contract, what they do. Yeah, I would like to
So what they-
understand.
Some of his
specific-
county extent, like I grew up on an orchard. It's like my dad, he would get certified to buy pesticides, right? Organic. Regretfully, we were beside an organic orchard with red bugs. They take care of their fruits organically. And so it's everything from people who farm and ranch for a living, learning about the bugs, the parasites, the illnesses that are going around, and being able to do better against that, kind of like the moss study up on Green Bluff for orchards, and also the other row crops that are up there. We have 4-H programs, the Master Gardener organization, they put on events. Some of the bills I've seen coming through, a lot of it is they purchase materials, then they sell to people, kind of a supplier of expertise information. So it's a lot of different things. It's things our community uses and enjoys if that's your world. Like, I
But that's
grew up
not the
using
total
it.
budget. They do contribute. You're saying grant funds and other things from WSU. That's not their total.
And they go out for grants themselves. This is our portion of the budget. Yeah, they got a grant for the moth study.
And there's nothing we have seen, correct, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but. Or I guess this is more of a question, we have not seen anything that says, if we don't pay this, the WSU won't find the dollar somewhere else.
They could find dollars. They have to keep a presence in every county. I believe that is a requirement of a land grant university, is to have a county extension agent available to every county. And that's more of your agricultural farming resource person. Do we have a range we can kind of bookend in here to kick off the next conversation?
I heard 0, and then I heard some cuts. I didn't hear anything.
So I will put 0 to some cuts.
Sorry,
And I
I
think-
just need to do a little more research on it. I just don't know enough about it and which, like. You know, what that we're contributing goes to what. And anyway, I will follow up with. Where do I get more of that information?
I can give you their contact info. Gary, the longtime manager, department lead, is retiring right around the 4th of July, I believe. It's coming up in the next month. Tammy is great to talk to and give information. She will be, I'm assuming, the interim until Gary is replaced. I know WSU is looking at possibly going to a regional model where not every county, kind of like I think of the tri-county health up north, where it'd be a multi-county function. So I think the thought is Tammy will probably be an interim for a chunk of time until WSU decides exactly what their new model will look like. Those are some assumptions based on our conversations with Gary and Tammy. I can get you their information. And then the last one we'll save for another time, because we can come back around to revisit the AGC, which we never got a decision on.
Did you find out how many graduates that graduated last year and what they have in the queue for this year? Scarborough ought to be able to get you that number. Just wondering how many, what's our cost per graduate that's going through the program, and has it increased in terms of numbers of people taking advantage of the program or decreased?
And then
Sorry, which program is that?
The AGC.
AGC has some construction. And then we'll go over FTE counts if there's time on next Tuesday's agenda. We'll try to grab some time there. And then we do have you booked for 2 weeks from today. The one thing that will be probably a top priority at the next availability is, as we send out the letter and, the XXX to fill in what their budget was last year. Some groups like WSU were just talking about, where there has been at least a semi-permanent for the foreseeable future reduction in force. Our thought was you would at a minimum reduce that amount from the 25 budget. And so we will have some departments that we'd be bringing for consideration something that's actually less than the 25 budget line, for instances like that, where there's been a long-term reduction made. The ones that are status quo, that's a quick conversation. A little preview of the exciting times ahead.
Okay.
Anything else for today? Okay. All right, well, it is 2:45. We're down to just Commissioners Waldrop, French and Kearns, and the conference.